Hello and welcome everyone. This is Blackadder at Blackadder's Place, and I welcome you to today's stream. So, well, in the end, we are going to be having at least a bit of the Stormgate here. I'm gonna be managing to get maybe like 2 hours to be running for about until 18 GMT, so I don't know, 2.5 hours to 15, whatever. But I just kinda wanted to be having a bit of a short look on that. Not really something too deep. Did have plenty of Age of Mythology to stream and other things to do, so therefore, I mean, like, in the end, it's supposed to be free to play anyway for the multiplayer, so you're gonna be probably having some kind of better look possibly later, but I just wanted to be having some a short introduction and kind of have a feel for it. That was the first tournament also by EGC, which, oh well, if you have been following, then you kind of know there were a few hiccups, to say the least, but nonetheless, well, that is of course gonna be right now the start. This is gonna be still beta of the game, which, I don't know, we'll kind of get to it, but that seems to be a bit of a free actual use of the word and the stage of the development, but nonetheless, we can maybe get to it, I'm guessing. So at this point, I'm thinking I'm gonna be wanting to therefore start with just kind of like showing in general how it runs. I'm, of course, a bit of a, I don't know, warning, we could say maybe, just a bit of information. Of course, I have an old computer, so I'm kind of glad I'm even able to run it based on the minimal requirements. I shouldn't be, so I guess that's gonna be kind of good for the devs that we can, and then I can even stream it on top of it. That is a other part as well. So let's therefore turn this off, and it's gonna be showing you the process because there are a few interesting things going on at the start. So let's get rid of the picture, I guess, and let's get the beta started. So you can see right now two options. I was first trying the first one until I'm certain what it is. I haven't really delved into it too deep. I'm also going into it fairly blind, kind of. I haven't really read about it too much. I just kind of know a few things from some discords and a few other parts of the interwebs. So that's gonna be a bit of a really first experience for me. No, but that didn't seem to be having as much of a good performance for me. The DirectX 12 seems to be working better. It's also kind of better on capturing the window in the first place as well. But nonetheless, yeah, choosing this one, that seems to be working a bit better performance-wise for me. No, not entirely certain what's the difference, if this is like DirectX 11 or whatever. Yeah, it's kind of for older version, not sure. No, and also, just so you are well aware what we are right now playing, it's gonna be also this part, and that is that I'm having 11 years old computer by now. So HD 7900, so they wanted me to be downloading better drivers, but I can't, because the ones that I have are the very latest ones for the graphics card that I have. So I can't entirely abide, but from my small testing for the stream, the game seemed to be working, so we'll see if maybe there are gonna be some issues somewhere. But well, the first few minutes didn't seem like there was really anything. Yeah, known issues, okay, for them. So it's basically like supposing that you're gonna be having some more up-to-date computer, let's say. Then, no, at this point, 11 years is basically like almost like last millennium at this point in the technologies, of course, side. But nonetheless, let's therefore give no, and let's therefore start the game. So as far as I know, this picture is always changing. Now, I always also have an opportunity to show you, as I always kind of do in those testing phases, for me as well, so that I can know. I'm also having right now this, so that you can be appreciating how well the game is working. I'm just having it at this point moved in such a way, but there is not really anything below that. These are the programs that I'm currently running, so that you can see some kind of consumption on all the important parts, bits and pieces. As you can see, this is gonna be there for CPU. It's gonna be, of course, with OBS that I'm running on super fast preset with 2000 kilobits rather. Kilobits. RAM seems to be also, I'm having 8 gigabytes RAM, and I'm having GPU. You have seen the HD 7900, which is 3 gigabyte, if I'm not mistaken. So it is somewhat decent. I can learn a lot of things with that, but yeah, well, we'll see how it's gonna be working out. I've already done a few basic settings. I kind of guess let's maybe go into the settings currently. so that we have a bit of an overlook what we actually have here. So otherwise you can be playing there for currently in the beta that we have here in the Steam Next Fest rather. You can be playing there for a co-op missions with 2 allies. Apparently can be doing it only with vanguards. Some kind of unlocks here, tutorial, beginner, normal. Okay, so it's gonna be right now some difficulties. I wonder if I can be playing them also alone or with AI. Because I want to be, of course, testing a few things. I don't want to be just jumping into the ladder and get completely destroyed when I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. 2 factions that, as far as I know, do not have like the full tech tree, which is kind of like very strange. And that's kind of like why I was also mentioning a bit earlier that it's kind of weird to be calling it's really a beta. Because basically the phases of development should be that you have alpha and that is feature complete, so therefore everything is basically in the game, even though it's maybe not like balanced, best graphics and whatnot, but it basically is working how it should. So if you're gonna be leaving things out, that's like hardly even alpha, that's pre-alpha practically, if you don't have everything in. So I guess maybe they actually have everything, but they're not entirely happy with showing it, and therefore no, it's still kind of a bit questionable if it should be called even alpha, to be honest, at this point. So beta seems to be very optimistic. I'm not entirely certain if I'm not entirely pushing it too forward, and they are not punishing themselves possibly a bit ahead. You can see some custom games you can be getting here as well. That's potentially where we could be testing a few things with AI when it comes down to it. That we definitely could. So let me right about now go back in, and we are gonna be at this point, well, also having, apparently these are gonna be some links, or, okay, it's gonna be links that are not working. Oh, actually I have even replays here. Okay, yeah, you can see it, I was testing a few things already, so that's also something to possibly have a look at. But yeah, we don't need that, but nonetheless in the options are somewhat cut down, therefore I said that, I mentioned that it's not gonna be that deep yet. No, I've kinda like set up the windowed. Original was borderless windowed, what they gave me with my resolution for my monitor is 1920-1200, so you can of course go full screen, and then I'm gonna be playing the windowed, so that I'm gonna be saving a bit more on the performance of the computer. Limitations on the FPS, I think I was having 60 on the menu and then unlimited on the frame rate here. Basically like in general in the game. I'm of course gonna be cutting that. I mean like you're gonna be seeing it on the performance in the task manager. But I'm gonna be keeping it at 30 because first, for a strategy game it's alright. I'm an old schooler, so I'm used to even way less. Second, because my stream is 30 FPS, so I can just gonna save on the performance, and I'm just like looking at it. I'm not trying to play it competitively or anything. Not that I could, of course. Due to my computer, it gave me immediately ultra on the visual quality. Interestingly, VSync is only with full screen. We're gonna be there for limiting the FPS anyway. You can see we're having quite the deep options here overall for both of them. For the resolutions, it was a bit funny because originally offered me only those, and not that 1920 by 1080. I don't know why. So, but I'm using a program to just kind of like, well, you can of course stretch the window as you wish in Windows. I'm just using a program that does it exactly because it's useful for my OBS. So, and then when I did that, then suddenly actually this showed up. So it's a bit confusing why it wasn't there in the first place. No idea what that's about. Brightness, I guess you can believe in that. Anti-aliasing was on TSR, though that is kind of intensive on the performance, so I kind of leaving it off. That was taking frames, definitely. I guess you can be showing it when we're gonna be in-game screen. That's a classic scaling. See it as it is now, and I'm having AMD, so no DLSS. So that's of course something else that you can use here. Seems like the volume is kind of fine, so I didn't have to touch it yet. Maybe I'm gonna be lowering it somewhere, but it felt that it's somewhat okay. Compare with the voice. Okay, this is of course all I have here, so you can very easily switch into the game. This is very nice actually. It's something that games have that commonly. So you can be therefore choosing I guess, based on what you wish, 3D headphones, I can say now all the little things here, subtitles not entirely shown. I guess you can be keeping it as it is. Now, for the gameplay, what kind of fun stuff do we have here? I haven't actually delved into this too much. So let's see. Can say no edge scroll, yes. Classic, drag scroll, rather not. It's kind of something that, for example, in Age of Empires, like in Ice Green, the main designer is trying to force for whatever obscure reason. Because it's absolutely horrible. For modern games, if you want to be playing them competitively. I mean, like, it's kind of good for something like Settlers, but it's not really something that I'm thinking is... It's kind of just like a weird direction in there to be forced in, but nonetheless, if you have the need for that or want for that, it's up to you. Invert, yeah, well, as you wish. The drag scrolling is basically if you right click and you're gonna be then moving the screen around. Lock mouse to window, yeah, because you are having a window, so it's useful. Good to be having that. Flying unit elevation. Huh. Not sure what that is about, if I'm gonna be even get into flying units here. Show requirements. On abilities, either only those unmet or all met and unmet. Only unmet. Oh right, that's actually like not selected, okay. Oh no, this way. That's very confusing UI system. You click it in, that's gonna be always, and if you unclick, it's gonna be unmet. That's very unintuitive. No, nonetheless, but you understand it now. Control groups. I guess. Automated control groups. I've already actually heard something and read something about this. Basically, the game is trying to automatically put units into control group for you. That seems to be absolutely crazy to me, but I guess for casual players it might be actually something. But yeah, that seems to be like very random. At the same time, well, if you're gonna be having the casuals, they're probably not even gonna be using those groups at all, even if they're gonna be grouped there. Huh. Maybe you can like clicking on them on the screen. Maybe. You'll see, I guess. Interface minimum position. That's actually kinda nice that you can switch it. Maybe it would be kinda nice to be having also center. That's kinda commonly that some people also prefer. Because it's gonna be in the center of the vision, so for some people it's actually helpful to be having it that way. Console scale, okay, it can be also there for changing how large the UI is going to be. No, and for the hotkeys, no, well, from what I've heard, they are customizable kind of in a limited way for the important things. I'm gonna be leaving it as it is. I'm not even thinking I'm gonna be playing with too many hotkeys, frankly. You'll see. Maybe at max on the workers. I really have no idea about the game, so I'm just gonna be mostly learning, and maybe if there's gonna be still playing some multiplayer, we could be giving somebody points on the matchmaking. No hope for winning. I just kinda wanted to be seen how the game is in the first place. Okay, let's gonna leave it, and I guess you're gonna be learning with the progress. Alright, so is the co-op therefore kind of like possible to do with AI? By the way, for example, on this video in the background, seems like it's gonna be actually when I alt tab, it's gonna be giving off the music, doesn't have the option in the sounds. So you can therefore see how currently we are doing. The RAM seems to be fine, but from what I have seen, it's going to be increasing during gameplay quite a bit. GPU, of course. Yeah, let's see about that. Okay, searching for co-op game. Is that meaning like with somebody? Wait a second. Oh, that's gonna be like a matchmaking then, right? Yeah, that's gonna be matchmaking, that's not gonna... Oh. Okay, so that's still probably for testing too much. So I'm assuming let's probably therefore go into customs. Ship by ID. Okay, that's gonna be of course useful for tournaments and whatnot. Boneyard, I guess. Private lobby. So I'm just gonna load in and test a bit. And learn the game actually, since you don't have any kind of real tutorial here. AI, I guess peaceful bot, so that he's gonna be not entirely wanting to destroy us in the first second, I guess. That is a very nice lobby ID. Such an easy one, right? I mean, like, that's really extreme, considering in Age of Empires 2 we are having some 7 digits, maybe? 7, 8? It's a bit extreme, I guess. Or maybe somebody's optimistic about the amount of games there. By the way, I've also fixed my mouse finally for today, so it doesn't double click. That's also, again, a process. So I'm gonna be having some more reliable clicks. Okay, so there we go. Going into the game. So, it's not gonna be entirely like the smoothest of experiences. You can kinda see that definitely GPU is already got a bit high. CPU is somewhat alright, of course, when you're gonna be moving around, it's gonna be logically increasing slightly. But it seems to be somewhat working fine. It's not entirely that stuttery for me. No, and for the workers, so we have in what here? Is it even selected? Some kind of gold, I guess. Not entirely certain what those minerals are going to be. Okay, so Bob Overcharge targets a friendly Vanguard command. Grants only by 3 BOBs. That's gonna be those dudes, right? Builders. BOBs 100% increased damage. Incredible, interesting. 100 armor and 100% increased construction speed for 30 seconds. Okay, so it's a kind of like a whip. Right, you can apply to central command, which is gonna be enabling. And of course everything else. Enables medtech, Vulcan, scrapyard. How much does it cost? Okay, so 100 of those stones, you're having 0. 200 gold, so I guess. Are they basically going back and therefore having something on them? Oh, that's not how it works. He seems to be having gold, this guy. But I don't see any kind of information on that. And he's gonna be... Okay, let's test that. Stop. You're having 752. Okay, 4 back. This one doesn't have anything. So how much they carry? 756. 4.
Confirmed. Moving down. Transiting now. Move order received. Transiting now.
Okay, so he needs to be apparently finishing animation. And until he does, he doesn't have anything. Okay, so that's actually fairly important to know, of course, in regards to the disruption. That's gonna be interesting on micro in therefore. I'm gonna be having to be really careful not to misclick with them. Otherwise you're just gonna be wasting time, right? How long does it take to get the full hands? 2 seconds no, 2 seconds. About like second and a half maybe it takes, it seems like. How about this guy? Well, this one. It's a bit longer. Okay, it looks like 5 seconds maybe, so it's gonna be like 1 per second it seems like as far as the resource. And this one is gonna be like 2. 1 worker, and this is gonna be like unlimited workers? Or how does it work?
At your disposal.
Because you can see I have in 0 per 12, so this is looking like a mine in Warcraft. You can put just like a certain amount in there. Okay. So I guess let's continue with you and what you can therefore build here. Okay, defend, hold position, stop. Okay, building is gonna be here to the bottom. Apparently we have in... Okay, somewhat of a moved grave. Oh, the grate. Oh, moved. It's classic grate. You can say now build structures. Why do you have like a double hotkey here? Why do you have Q and Z? Is there some difference? How do you exit?
How can I help?
Guess you have to be clicking out. Oh, that's actually even funny, because it's saying Z, but it's not accounting for different language keyboards. Because, yeah, I'm having checked and we have switched Z and Y as opposed to English. Okay, that's a bit annoying.
Waiting for
Therefore, it's not true at that point. X is harvest other workers to gather resources from a selected luminite or therium. Okay, so I guess luminite is gold and therium is stone here. I guess it's gonna be gold and stone for me. Return resources. Okay. I guess if you're gonna be disrupted somewhere, and that's really strange though. Huh, I guess this is not gonna be entirely too useful. I can't entirely imagine where you're gonna be really using it as much. Patrol, of course. Move, hold position. I guess it's gonna be some attack move here as well, right? Or it's gonna be move like target location, follow the target unit, move units will not engage enemies. Yes, so this is like a classic move. So is there attack move? Or is it just patrol? To move between their current location and target location, engage enemies along the way. Yeah, I guess it's gonna be probably this way. I mean, like, it's like in Age of Empires 2. Age of Mythology as well, but it's not working that great there. The attack move, so yes, that's gonna be somewhat similar. Others select the target location, fight enemies on... Oh no! So this is actually a classic attack move. Okay, it's a bit unclear, but nonetheless, we figure it out. That's weird. I wonder how it's gonna be working out, because if you're gonna be selecting a specific unit, that therefore will be overriding practically the attack move behavior, right? Then, I guess. Huh. I'm not certain how that's gonna be working. I mean, like, I don't have really comparison with StarCraft 2 or some such, so you need to be looking at me not entirely having that experience. I haven't played StarCraft 2, so I'm just gonna rely into and going back to Age of Empires 2 and stuff. Age of Mythology and Age of Games, how it works there. No, nonetheless, so I guess that's gonna build something. As you also have a scouty, apparently, it looks like. And a goofy pictures in general. Okay, so what do we have here? Build command post. Okay, so you can actually build TCs right immediately. Interesting. Barracks, habitat is gonna be classic house. You have a 9 out of 15. Price 15 supply, so yeah, that's gonna be that, right? And what is the grid? Is that supposed to be meaning something if you build it next to the forest? Is that gonna be like a problem? I guess you're gonna be learning somewhere. Have to say. But yeah, classic housings, population limit, no problem with that. Barracks, of course. Also probably nothing too specifically weird. Or having tons of resources, so I guess let's update in the meantime. Let's can also check out how quick those are going to be. It changed in the graphics or did it not? I frankly couldn't entirely notice too much. There wasn't like any kind of specific blink animation or whatever. So I'm not sure if it's legitimately looking different or not. And by the way, therefore, if you have that, if you're gonna be building a new one, are they gonna be upgraded as well or not? I'm just gonna build it randomly. Because it's gonna be taking a bit longer. I wonder if it's gonna be upgraded as well, if you have to be upgrading it again. Okay, so what you can build here, train medtech, support infantry can use medpatch, can be upgraded to use nanoswarm and system shock. No, so classic healer, and he's gonna be able to disable enemies, I guess, temporarily. Something probably about that. Attacks ground and air, attacks only ground, that's melee infantry. I guess let's build a few things here so that we can test properly. Now the scout, very fast movement speed, does he have some kind of attack? Biologically 7 damage 8, this is gonna really I don't know, I don't like this too much. Basically, that you having it hidden and you have to be mouse over that. Way too used to be having the numbers there straight. Just something you can actually change in options though. Because the gameplay probably. Show requirements, control groups. Okay, you can't really select that. Okay, so that was a vain idea and hope, I guess. But yeah, that's not really too handy, I guess. It depends how many upgrades you actually have in the game in the first place. If it's gonna be really relevant or not. Oh, that was actually the healer.
G'day. Off I go. On the go.
That seems like some Scottish accent, right?
Smoke goes over. Priority 1.
Oh, kind of maybe more British than anything else, but nonetheless, health camp, and is that actually doing something, or level 4 deer? Wow, creep cannon, okay. So, you're actually gonna be having creeps here. Okay, so that's taken from Warcraft 3. And you are doing exactly what? You're gonna follow the... Wait a second, did I... Oh, he finished with that, and he immediately went for the resource. Wow, he actually goes really far away, though. Like, seriously so. And by the way, yeah, it's not upgraded, and this is right now slightly bigger. I mean, like, those graphics don't seem to be too different, do they? I guess it's gonna be some kind of, like, not entirely fleshed out, in my opinion. Again, just like, it is a beta, and they have definitely stated that they are having plenty of things that are not entirely finished. Okay, A there. No, I'm way more used to be having caveats for actually the units and whatnot. No, nonetheless. You're gonna be kinda keeping it as it is. I'm not entirely gonna be having some kind of intention on getting somewhere deep competitively or whatnot. And yeah, that was supposed to be killing the deer, I guess. Even though it's kinda weird, but... Health camp. I guess let's therefore create a few more guys. Can you create like shift and batch? No, there's gonna be probably some other hotkey for that. Control groups, idle workers, of course. Shift. Wow, that's across this. That's across the keyboard. I guess they weren't entirely setting it up in any kind of useful way too much. Zoom, of course. Focus, move. Command cancel, open. And that's not really all that much. Open menu. Okay, that's just like a game menu. Command cancel is Y. But you can't be moving actually back in the menus, I guess, if you're gonna be selecting something in the UI. Forward, backward, left, right. I guess that's gonna be map tilt. How can I move? And that's really not too many things here. Fairly basic. Based on that, it looks like we are still quite a bit far away from any kind of release or anything. Okay, at least that is working. So let's see if we're gonna be getting ours handed to us or not. Okay, let's go for the gold, I guess, and yeah, classic. Can I upgrade more? Cannot use in this build. Ah, okay, so you're gonna be having just like a feudal age here, second level or classical age. I guess let's have a look how strong actually the deer is.
Where am I needed?
Forces are under attack.
On the tail.
No, that's the healing work. Okay, so she's healing and on the range apparently. Alright, that's good to know. Otherwise damage 5, range 8.5. Rank initiate, and we are getting there for these. Oh, we get an experience with the units. Interesting. Unless they were doing something. Oh, that's gonna be like a healing. That's gonna be like a healing spring, right? As we have it located in Age of Mythology, most probably.
Time to shoot through.
Can I actually like get killed somewhere? Probably not.
Time to shoot
And what
through.
is this? Orbital energy. Enables the use of orbital cooldowns. Orbital energy regenerates passively over time. Okay, so it's gonna be allowing us to get these nonsenses, right? The special powers, practically. Deploy sensor drone. Launches a drone across the map to the target location from the nearest Vanguard command, granting vision along its path. Will remain at the target location for 120 seconds. Okay, so let's maybe have a look onto the other base. That's like Stormy the dog in AoE 2. That's interestingly silly. And unless he has some kind of army here, and apparently he is somewhat finished and isn't able to do anything else. Alright. Shields up, places your shield on a friendly target unit that absorbs 1000 damage over 10 seconds. Control C, Control X, Control Z. Oh well, I'm already thinking this is gonna be quite a bit difficult for me. I'm entirely used to StarCraft and plenty of quick need of action. Why is it actually glowing in such a way? It's gonna be, I guess, significant, right?
Move order received.
What is the command center? Just aim somewhere close. I guess probably the selection is gonna be important for knowing where the villages can be potentially moving, so therefore you leave like a square of a space in there, and therefore they can be actually reaching the resources. I guess that's gonna be the only part, or only thing that it's gonna be relevant for, I'll be imagining. And multiple build or not? No.
Your directive.
Okay, did I selected more of them, right, to build it,
Directive.
and they just didn't. It was only fun, wasn't it? Oh, you can't be apparently too close to that. Interesting. Yeah. Apparently, even if you're gonna be selected multiple of those, then...
Your directive.
Oh, because it basically like deselects. And then... Yeah, okay, so if you're gonna be selecting multiple, it's gonna be apparently always only one. And then you have to be committing more of them. Question is if they're even actually helping. That's something that's...
Yes.
Something gonna be having to believe that it's actually working in such a way. And Otter, yes, it is on purpose, so that you can see kind of like the performance of my computer, how it runs. That is on purpose. I'm gonna be turning it potentially off. I'm still kind of like learning the game anyway, so not like there's gonna be any kind of great gameplay here. So I just wanted to be having a look on that myself. But I guess that for the time being, since we are not entirely fighting or anything, I can potentially move it off for a bit. Until there's gonna be some kind of fight where we could be having some more interesting. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, I'm right about now having it kept on 30 FPS. I'm having 11 years old computer. It practically shouldn't run on that based on minimal requirements. Much less I shouldn't be able to stream it, I guess. So, I guess it's somewhat okay. And they actually moved immediately onto gold. They seem to be having the preference for that set in there. I want to be looking what actually this does. Oh yeah, well I see it because I'm having it from different monitor. My task manager, so it doesn't entirely bother me. Okay, so is that actually right faster? I guess it's gonna be fast, right, on those supercharged things. Maybe. Can I actually slightly question in what is the purpose of having it kind of in the middle? Oh, are they kind of... Oh, we actually are kind of burning through that. Okay, so those are apparently not here forever. I suppose, I guess, through gold. Interesting. Okay, so this is gonna be depletable. But what is right now, for example, the cost of the units that you have already built in the first place? So they're costing just gold. Dogo as well. Okay, this one, the medtech is actually getting cost also in the stone. Terrain exo, biokinetic slab. Okay, so I need to be building something further.
How can I help?
Build habitat barracks, build mech bay. Okay.
Your directive.
Then need a scrapyard, receives gathered therium. Okay, so that's a storehouse practically. Alright. Can you delete it? Can you destroy a building? No, delete is definitely not that. Okay, there's a context. Oh, that's a straight menu. Upgrade. Oh, we actually have even further upgrades here. Ah, look at that. And that's like... Oh, that's actually this way. That's not basically based on the TC. That's actually game-wide. That's an interesting mechanism. They basically have a okay, and they apparently respawn with some kind of better dues. Graphics are kind of funny there. But nonetheless, that's a bit interesting. You basically having a list of all the upgrades here that you have. And you need to be, of course, having the buildings for them, for the requirements. And you basically build them from the UI. You don't have to be there for clicking on the building and going in. That's... Huh, interesting. No, you know, the speed up, obviously. But nonetheless, Hedgehog, Vulcan. Okay, so Raider Mech uses and recharges ammo to attack. Can deploy to become an anti-air turret. And yeah, right now we're also gonna be using the therium, therefore. And the Vulcan is gonna be powerful area attack, effective against slightly armored units. Damage increases the longer the Vulcan is in battle. Huh. Alright.
Awaiting further instructions.
Okay, it was Scrapyard, Hangar Bay, Hornets Evac. Okay, so that's gonna be flyers.
Ready.
Biokinetic slab. Okay, that's the one for the upgrades. And are you gonna actually block in pathing somehow, or are you not? Otherwise, it's very interesting that you apparently cannot destroy buildings, right? There's some kind of delete. Nope. There is a big nope in there. So I guess you can't be making a mistake. Hit the placements, otherwise you're just gonna be messing yourself up. And alright, this is gonna be there for the... Oh, maybe an opportunity to have a look on this dude. What is that about? Neutral unit.
Time to save lives.
Time to save lives, and maybe she actually understood it a bit wrong.
Smoke goes over. Where am I needed?
Okay.
Priority 1.
So we just murdered an innocent.
Look out! Coming through. On the go.
I say it now, the special vision camera. Okay, so it's gonna be definitely letting us have vision over the land. Okay, that's gonna be some bird here. Okay, she's attacking, and is she gonna be... No, she's gonna be attacking, therefore. And if you right now command her this way, she's gonna be automatically healing, alright.
What can I do for you? On the double.
No, okay, so it seems like that basically all the vision is gonna be basically represented by the dog. It was same as the flying one there a bit earlier for the vision. What else do we have here there on the map? So that's the gold. That's gonna be... It's like, again,
What can I
therium.
do for you?
Just some kind of small deposit
Smoke
therefore.
goes over.
All powered up.
Okay, so you got that, and yes, at this point we're gonna be like clicking off somewhere. Gonna be hitting some first upgrades. So allow lancers to increase their attack and movement speed each time they're damaged. Hero scouts bonus damage against light units by 16, grants exo. Gains 25% movement speed for 2 seconds. Medtech adept training, and there's the swarm. That's for example, I mean, like, let's get probably all the abilities. You're gonna be having resources for all of them. However, gonna be certainly needing a bit more workers, I guess. Now, is it like limit on workers, or is it gonna be infinite? I guess you're gonna be learning soon.
At your disposal.
It's kind of interesting, kind of like god powers in Age of Mythology reusable. So they really took inspiration from plenty of games, it looks like. Let's see how they destroy. A deer actually with some kind of rockets. Wow, they actually do smack.
Tune-up complete.
Let's get cracking. Rolling.
Ready.
This is weirdly sadistic, kind of, it feels to me. And right now the health cam, it's gonna be interesting to test therefore if it's gonna be healing as we thought, as I think it should be. Okay, it apparently is. It's not entirely that quick, but it's gonna be something, I guess.
Your ball
And
to
it's
call.
having some
On the move.
area. How far does it reach? Okay, still reaches here. Doesn't reach
On my
there.
way. On the move.
Yeah, approximately the graphics now, so it's gonna be simple that way.
Top speed.
But it's basically like some 2 hit points per second, it looks like it's randomly, or approximately. And it seems like the Ethereum is gonna be therefore appropriately big, just on the minimap you're gonna be seeing only like 1
I'm
stone.
here to assist.
But in the end you're gonna be having plenty of that. A resource camp, okay, let's visit that. And see what that does.
Yes?
And if we have something else to actually build here that we haven't. We build that. Machine lab, yes. And we're gonna be building that for defensive structure, can infantry units, which will... okay, so it's basically tower.
Time to save lives. What's up?
Okay, this is pretty annoying that you can entirely see the hit point bar actually there. As he apparently right now leveled up. Biologic level already rank 1
Time to save
veteran.
lives.
And resource camp, does it do? Okay, let's maybe stop right now the workers.
Your directive. Yes? Yes?
Is that some kind of resource trickle or not? No. Or maybe if you get the villages in there.
Where am I needed? Look out! Coming through!
Further upgrades reduces biologic unit movement speed by... Or target biologic... Oh, that's actually a special ability. So you're gonna be researching basically like special abilities here, it seems like, with all the upgrades. That you're gonna be using basically per... not per use, simply. Further increases the energy regeneration of medtechs. System shock, alright, I guess. And what do we have here? Transonic rockets for hedgehogs, anti-air weapons bypass 5. Cool. Vulcan's jump jets. Ah, that could be fun. Some Anubis here. Nice, the ground on fire, dealing 15 damage per second to all units. Then, that's a lot of things really to learn here. Increases the movement speed of evacs by 30, right. And Sentinel Adept Augmentation, them to use Haste Bot Disperser Aura. No idea what that is. Seems like it's gonna be some kind of continuation. Research Sentinel Adept Mastery, okay, so it's basically like 2nd level upgrade. So, the workers actually got in, and we are not really getting anything else. So, I mean, like, resource camp, I'm completely confused at what it's supposed to do.
Moving out.
That is very much unclear to me. There's nothing to click here, so they're not like any kind of extra resources. So I'm supposed to be building like the, I don't know, scrapyard here? Probably can't.
At your disposal.
Let's see if that changes something. Yeah, no idea what the resources actually are doing here. No, well, whatever the case, let's therefore have a look. So the idle villages were what? That was some kind of Shift-I.
Directive. Awaiting further instructions. Ready.
Okay, we're just selecting them.
Still here. How can I help?
And what is, by the way, the hotkey for like deselect?
Moving out.
You can't even if you click off, then basically it doesn't work. It's very confusing. Still, what is still control group? Select, quick macro build, train advance, of course, drag scroll zoom. There doesn't really seem to be any kind of deselection, just like Y, or is it gonna be like Y for practically everything like that? So select and Y. Nope.
Move order received.
Okay, so that's very strange. And also very strange that such a behavior is actually not in the game. That you have to be...
Awaiting further
It's very strange. Basically, you would be expecting if you're gonna be clicking on the ground, it's gonna be deselecting. Unless I'm having something wrong somewhere, then that doesn't do it for me.
Awaiting further instructions.
Okay, so all idols, let's maybe, I guess, send them there for 2 gold. And I also wanted to be there for testing if multiple workers are gonna be having an effect on how quick actually building is finished. Okay, so let's test that.
Coordinates locked.
Because of that kind of like strange behavior slightly.
Moving out.
And you're gonna be setting a building, so I guess you can be just going for the habitat. Okay, 3, 4, 5. It should, but you can like never know. And considering that if you're gonna be, even if you're gonna be selected multiple of them, it's gonna be starting with one. It's almost maybe leading me to contemplate that maybe that doesn't have to be the case. Okay, so 20 seconds for a house if he's gonna be alone.
Directive. Awaiting further instructions.
Oh, that's interesting. You can straighten out the... Ah! That's a very interesting logic, actually. But like 15 started before 15. Yeah, 10 seconds. Okay, so in about like a half. So yes, so basically they have the same help. So it's not as in Age of Mythology where just the first villager is gonna be having the full build time. But interesting mechanism is that it's gonna be selecting the closest idle villager, practically, to build. That is an interesting mechanism. Basically not the ones that you selected, but really whoever's nearby. That's... can definitely see that being useful, but I can also see that being a bit annoying maybe in certain things. And you can say now if I selected here, then the one here to the bottom should be building, right? Yeah. That's why it deselects the villages. Because it's gonna be like the AI is gonna be looking for the closest one. Unusual mechanism. By the way, what is the last upgrade? Can you get it? Yes, you can. What was it? Further increases the energy regeneration of sentinels and allows them to use nano-defense bubble ability. Well, but nonetheless, can we actually get something else then? Some new units we haven't used yet. Okay, so apparently some aircraft. Well, anti-aircraft gains increased speed while not attacking. Return to hangar. Transport. Okay. Return to hangar. It's gonna be meaning that you actually get Maybe that's gonna be like a repair. Basically, as you have in Dune 2, that you can be having the tanks and whatnot repair to, oh, basically return to a repair yard. Maybe this is gonna be somewhat similar. Huh. Aerial support craft sentinel attacks reveal target units for a short duration. Can use pulse inhibitor and return to hunger. Attacks reveal target units for a short duration. I guess it's gonna be probably helpful for some special ability. Maybe not necessarily for like these specials, but maybe for something else. Not sure what are gonna be the next ones. Maybe there's gonna be some, yes, something like a bolt from AOM, and therefore you're just gonna be able to deal some kind of special damage to a unit. I'll be imagining so. If you have right now a shield, I just can't think of anything else to be there. Or at least I'm thinking that has to be a thing.
Top speed.
Oh. Well, that was a nice pathfinding. So, okay, if you're gonna be here, and we select there, that's a nice pathfinding intelligence right there. They have apparently work to do still. Okay, that's apparently not even path through. It's also not entirely that evident that this is not walkable for the unit. Yeah, seems like the intelligence is not entirely too high for the units. So you need to really babysit it. No, at this point I'm really feeling for the players who are playing the tournament currently.
Can I take your
over
order?
the weekend. And will be also continuing next weekend, right? They should be having the final part to it. Okay, some kind of further units from the further buildings. I think not, right? It was only the flyers, the mech, and the infantry. So classic barracks and some kind of vehicles and then aircraft. Nothing entirely too specific. So, okay, so we do have what? Release Sky Mine. Place a Sky Mine behind this unit. That lasts for 120 seconds. Upon activation by enemy air unit. Mine by air unit, okay. The Sky Mine will chase down its target and detonate, dealing 50 damage to enemy air units in the area, slowing them down for 10 seconds. And 200 hit points, for example, for this guy. It's actually 50 damage seems to be decent.
I'm listening.
Okay, he needs to be recharging. He doesn't come with charge immediately. Grants vision of a target unit in a small area for 30 seconds. Haste Bolt as the further upgrade we got a bit earlier. Pulse Inhibitor launches a missile at a target area. On impact, enemy units have their movement speed reduced by 25%. That's gonna be, okay, that's gonna be fairly important. Another defense bubble, sponsor bubble on the ground. That reduces damage ground units within the bubble take from ranged attacks by 50%. This guy seems to be fairly important. So, legit, some great actual abilities.
Ready.
You have the mine and the last one. Yeah, he's having the charge, 25% increased movement speed.
En route.
And those are automatic, right? Those are that are on the right. Yeah, they're gonna be probably automatic on effect, and these are not gonna be, of course, abilities on that axis.
Lay it on me.
And that's gonna be probably... No, that's not actually where he's... Or is it gonna be selecting where he's gonna be dropping the Sky Mine?
En route.
Nope. And on top of it, you have the timer, right? Yes.
Lay it on me. Tell me what you need.
Awaiting further instructions.
Okay, double click is gonna be selecting full screen as normal. That's
What's
nothing really
the
too
plan?
unusual in that. Let's select the idols and send them, I don't know,
Alrighty.
through gold, for example, here. At least those that can.
What's in my
And I guess
focus?
let's maybe have a look here onto the other side then.
Trajectory locked in.
Your ball to call. I'm listening. I'm gone. Making tracks.
Move order received.
Oh yes, second. I was kinda hoping that if you're gonna be selecting just like once, you're gonna be selecting the dude. So let's move there on the minimap. And you have to be double click for the unit. Uh-huh.
Give it to me.
Oh, it's gonna actually make somewhat of a sense. No, somewhat of a sense. It's gonna be probably like a bit easier, allowing you to use the special abilities possibly. Though I'm definitely used to maybe just like immediately
Got an
deselecting.
itchy trigger finger.
And I mean just like the one that we are now in. Okay, at this point I think it's gonna be time to put up a task manager to just gonna show you what's gonna happen during a bit of a small shootout. Definitely right now already feeling that the FPS are getting a bit lower here for me.
At your disposal.
You can possibly see it as well, though I'm having 30 FPS stream, so maybe it's not gonna be entirely all that evident.
Steady as she goes.
And can you actually right now target those through the minimap? I guess you probably can. Okay, Doggo is gonna be on its way. I can actually target even the overcharge through your minimap. No, you have to be specifically there. But you can actually click on the minimap. Oh, that's a bit curious. You can actually click on the minimap with the right one.
Trajectory locked in.
Huh.
Trajectory locked in.
That's a smart logic, kind of. That if you have it selected, you can just click right click on the minimap and it's gonna be moving it to the location. I'm just gonna like really
Got
annoyed.
an itchy trigger finger.
Can you really somehow deselect everything? Because that's really driving me completely nuts currently that you can't deselect things. Is there something here I'm missing? I have to select idle worker. Yes, okay, that's great. I'd be lucky to select nothing. Not really possible, I guess. Oh well.
I'm listening.
And okay, there was some kind of recycle here. So salvage recovers 100% of this resource cost. But that is for some reason actually not possible with the command post. Like, why is that a thing? Protection against like delete TC, as we are all well known from AoE. It's on B. Why not on delete? Oh well. That's something you're gonna be probably able to change once all the hotkeys are gonna be in. So, all kinds of weird things. Let's maybe gonna fly in. I mean, like, he doesn't have anything flying in there, so I guess it's gonna be a bit confusing for him what to do. Like, it's a stupid bot, so on purpose.
Transiting now. On my way.
Okay, armor, movement speed, one guard plating. So that's... can't really do anything then, right? 30% increased movement speed, sure. But nonetheless, it doesn't have any kind of capability of attacking.
On my way.
Right. Let's just evacuate
Transiting
literally.
now.
So, is that supposed to be there for like an ornithopter from Dune 2 and picking up therefore units to bring them home? Based on the name of evac, let's see if maybe it can therefore do something like that. Yes. Also, it's a transport. Okay. That's what I didn't understand about it.
What's the plan?
And this is taking 4 slots, the mech. Right, so if you're gonna be picking infantry, it's gonna be 1. Yes, of course.
On their tail. On their 6.
Should be saying that it's full, but nonetheless. And you have there for unload, load, right. One by one. Yeah, and load is selected unit. Okay, so I was kind of thinking if maybe it's not automatic loading what it's actually having right next to it.
On my way.
Okay, further right about now. Aircraft, this is gonna be the more interesting one. Damage 10, phase disruptor, vanguard plating, and he's having Yeah, okay, let's kind of maybe have some kind of fun effects.
Going now.
Interesting that the mine actually gives you extra vision. So even if the opponent doesn't have actually the capabilities of flying, you're gonna be at least having some extra scouting, I guess. No, the areas of effect are definitely not entirely well telegraphed, to be honest. Like the very exactly is the extent. I'm thinking that's something that's gonna have to change.
Steady as she goes.
Because that is definitely a bit confusing.
Insufficient energy.
Yeah, it needs to be there for right now, getting further energy, and it can be doing both at once. Seems like that they probably can. As long as you're gonna be having the energy. So you're gonna be probably, well, there are gonna be definitely strategies to get those and charge them up. Some kind of like fast castles practically, so fast sentinels, I imagine that's gonna be something.
What's the sit rep?
Okay, launches this unit toward the target location, dealing 50 damage to and stunning the first enemy unit it impacts for 3 seconds.
Moving out. My blade is ready.
Okay, that's the healer. Nanoswarm unleashes a swarm of nanobots onto a target unit. If the target is friendly, nearby mechanical units are healed for 20 health per second. Over 20 seconds, alright, so 400 hit points. And if the target is nearby, or this enemy, sorry, nearby enemy mechanical units are damaged for 10 health per second. It's kinda nice. Can imagine some kind of possible strats about that. And System Shock removes all positive buffs from enemy units in the target area. Removes all negative debuffs from friendly units. Now actually very important to be keeping them at least like one somewhere nearby. And I guess depends actually if it's how it's gonna be played the game. If it's gonna be somewhat swarmy, you're not gonna be even having some kind of time too much, I guess, to use these special abilities. Because the units are maybe gonna be dying too quick for that. Now definitely looks like plenty complicated mechanisms in the game to learn. So I'm definitely not gonna be able to do that today. But it's interesting, I guess, to be having some getting some acquaintance with Stormgate. Hunker down enables the Hedgehog anti-air attack and it decreases its ammo recharge time. Disables anti-ground. Okay, so it's something like a siege tank.
Ready when you are.
Yeah.
Give me them orders.
Give me them orders. Oh, that's gonna be kind of fun with the British.
Shall I strike?
Okay, I want to be right now testing specifically right now the abilities here. Start getting... Oh, it's actually still hitting them all the time. Okay, so... that and somewhere about here. Why is he attacking the TC? Excuse me.
Making tracks. I'm gone.
Ready when you are.
Ready. I'm gone.
Where am I needed?
Why wasn't she actually right about not healing automatically?
Who's hurt? Look out! Coming through!
Can she like not heal those mechs? I'm gonna have to assume that maybe that was what was the case here.
Who can I help?
Call it. Heading there. Speed ahead.
So the interesting behavior how he actually went back. Almost seemed like that he was automatically following with us. And then he just kinda like went where he was last commanded.
What's
Interesting.
the plan?
I'm gone. On my way.
Let's get a bit of damage maybe
Making
here.
tracks.
I'm listening. Speed ahead.
Okay, now let's get him back. And can you therefore heal him or not?
On the tail.
I'm
No.
listening. What's the sit rep?
Okay, so she can be healing
G'day.
max. Okay, so that's good to know. She can be healing apparently only in normal infantryman. Med patch instantly heals a target biological unit for 20 health. So I guess, yeah, she can be doing there. And therefore the nanostorm should be helping out here, right?
Hit me.
Yes. Okay.
Time to save lives. Smoke goes over.
Okay, so I guess let's kind of finish this and let's see what we can maybe do in some kind of a normal game against AI, just some kind of possible normal build
Tell me what you need.
and see what happens then.
Our forces are under attack.
Are they now?
Attack order confirmed.
No, and what is gonna be right now the winning condition? So I guess probably just destroying everything in their path. I guess.
Ready.
How long do we have as recharge? 120, okay, so 2 minutes. This one is remain target. Okay, so basically we can be having the drones, I guess. Practically, oh, we can have them infinite amount practically. As long as you have the energy for that. 60 cooldown for the overcharges.
Time to save lives. Time to shoot through.
What is gonna be the auto attacking? Okay, so just gonna like wanting to be checking out that they're gonna be auto attacking and how. It seems that they're gonna be pre-targeting units, which is good. So it's gonna be basically like focusing on the buildings as it used to be, for example, in AoE 4, where maybe it's actually still the case. They weren't entirely too far away from. Oh, kind of like weren't entirely too unhappy to be attacking buildings if they could.
Who can I help?
Where to now?
No, so I guess it's gonna be there for it for this one, right? Okay, so I guess I was getting kind of like acquainted with the Vanguard. So this maybe right now we can be getting some normal game against AI, just to be maybe getting a few things done. Progression, of course, nothing, since this was only unrated. Let's maybe select some kind of different map. I guess let's maybe go from the other side. So we also remove that so that you can see it all. Okay, so it's apparently a map with few more opponents here. Alright. So tutorial, beginner. Wait, what? Is that like some kind of specific map? Yeah, like it's definitely starting to look for players for some reason. Infest ready to blow reconstructed infantry assault. I have no clue what that means. Is that gonna be like maybe a different skin for you? Not sure. Why is it not allowing me to actually select it as enemies? As an AI. It's kind of like specific to the map, therefore. Apparently so. No, nonetheless, you want AI. Murderbot, I guess, he at least tries to do something, maybe. I guess let's try some kind of simple... From what I have seen, the games so far are very quick usually. So let's try some kind of infantry rush practically. So I guess it's gonna be a lot of gold or whatnot. Okay.
Ready. Awaiting further instructions. Awaiting further instructions.
Yeah, I'm really not used to be having it on ASD in there. Right now the workers and the new units. So we have 40, okay, we don't have thermite, what is it? Therium, but I don't think gonna be really needing it too much.
Still here. Bot activated.
How many? I guess maybe let's gonna fill it therefore into 12, I imagine. I guess you probably should be already starting with a bit of a quicker worker in the very start.
Ready.
Should have been probably doing it first, and I guess you're gonna be definitely needing some housing. And can you like shift and more? Yes, of course you can. You have to be of course having the resources for that first. Right, we're starting with the doggos, so let's gonna have a look around. I don't think I probably need to be looking around too much.
Bot activated.
Guess maybe that's gonna collect somewhere here in the middle.
Awaiting further instructions.
They take one pop limit. And when do they take it? Okay, so they take it immediately as you click in, and they take 2 pop limit. Alright.
Ready.
Maybe a bit too many things currently going on here on this map. I guess it's maybe gonna be also map specific. What kind of performance you get. But also what I could try is also right about now remove the graphics. It didn't make that much of a difference last time I checked. The ultra and whatnot, but you can therefore move it into low. It's gonna be probably a bit helping, but shouldn't be entirely that much of a big difference. But maybe it's gonna be a bit nicer at least. A bit less stuttery as well. Seems like the FPS is gonna be at this point a bit nicer, so let's do it this way for some actual gameplay. Okay, 4 infantrymen.
Yes, Commander.
How do you even like
Ready.
get back into base? It's right now the select hotkey. Select group, add to controls, select TCO, we liking to see. Set the jump location, okay. Oh, like this way. Ah, that's actually interesting. So you're gonna be... What was it? Control F1? Yeah, so you're gonna be setting this,
Our
like a
forces are
control
under attack.
F1.
Ready. Relocating.
At your disposal.
Unable to build there.
I'm here. Moving out.
So maybe not necessarily lure them next to them. Oh well, apparently they're gonna be smarter than I thought there.
Ready. Plotting course.
What you got? Relocating. Hack and slash. Let's do this.
Yes.
Let's do this. Call it. Yes, Commander. Who shall I strike? Orders. On my way. Headed there now.
They seem to be kind of preferring units so far.
Flow like water. Heading there. Moving out. It's go time.
Wonderful.
Our forces are under attack.
Yeah, it seems like you're gonna be able to somewhat guide them pretty well. The AI is not... I mean, like, I'm not expecting too much from the AI, so of course.
I
Apparently go for some basics here.
On my way. On my way. Striking out. Flow like water. I'm on.
Though just kinda like appreciating the range is gonna be a bit difficult.
I'm here.
Because there seem to be some kind of like slightly curious movement parts
Soul is ready.
here and there.
I long for combat. I'm up. No. Who shall I strike? Thought you'd never ask.
It's gonna be switching over. Doesn't seem to be switching over, rather is actually right now going for the strong one, which is a bit not entirely ideal for him. But I guess we... Oh wow! I was actually going to say we fixed a few things here, but apparently it's not entirely that hot.
Going. Orders. Call it. Get the My soul is ready.
Okay, boys.
I long for combat.
Unable to build there.
What you got? I'm here. My blade is ready. Ready. My blood for others. What's next?
Oh, you said again this one, right?
I'm here. Who shall I strike?
Straight, but no, nonetheless. Seems like we're gonna be able to micro our way out of it. Slightly.
Not enough
Here's
luminous.
for the enemy.
No, so you can possibly right now also get the healers, I guess, but are they gonna be really that important for this, what I'm trying to do here? Probably not too much. Let's have a look how much he's built up. Are they gonna be continually chasing, basically like indefinitely or whatnot? It's gonna try to hide him in the corner
Under attack.
and see if they're gonna be following him basically like all the time, so therefore if AI is having full vision.
Fight.
So that's gonna be this, and I wanted to be testing what was the return back to location. Command set jump location focus is gonna be F. Okay, so just like control and F. Oh, yeah. So you basically control F,
Boot up complete.
which is not entirely too handy, but nonetheless. But then you're gonna be F in straight back into the locations. That's a bit curious. System, but not entirely
Our
against that.
forces are under attack.
It's an interesting plan.
Ready.
Okay, I guess at this point we don't have to be really doing that too much. So let's make it control group. Oh, maybe 3. 8, what is right now? Control group in. Set control group, control 3, and add to control group shift. Is that maybe the automatic control group in def right about now not making it possible?
My soul is ready.
Oh my god, that's not working with the numbers. Okay, that's not working.
Battle awaits.
So do we need to be turning that off? Automatic control groups. Yeah, let's turn that off then.
Who shall I strike? Copy that.
No. Why is it not working?
Call it.
Why is that not actually allowing me to switch? Set control group number 1, control plus 1. So, like, what is your problem here? Or is it again a problem of not having English keyboard? Let's switch into English keyboard then. If that's gonna fix things. Yeah, oh wow, that's actually nasty. You actually have to be... Oh, well. That is a weird feature not to be having. Actually, already even at this stage done. Okay, so you need to be actually playing with English keyboard. Because we on Czech keyboard, you're having all kinds of special characters in there. Besides the numbers. But, I mean, like, even games from 25 years ago, even like Age of Empires 1 was able to do that. That's very strange, but nonetheless, well, at least I know at this point. So it's gonna be Control 3. I guess it can be turned back on there for the automatic whatever, to see what it does, actually.
My soul is ready.
Interesting. But nonetheless, 3 and S, is it gonna be put into all 3 of them? No, it's put in 1. Okay, and is it gonna be hopefully smart split in? Yes, it does do smart. Good. Okay. So that's gonna be smartly done. And what does it mean if you're gonna be having actually extra workers on that? Does that mean they're gonna be slowed down?
Insufficient supply.
I guess it's gonna be having a negative effect, but what the hell is the negative effect? That's the question.
I long for combat.
Guess let's maybe test. How about that? Let's get everything back.
Will follow.
There we go.
Move order received.
So we are having 2297. I just need to be having some kind of timing at this point. Let's gonna say 10 seconds or whatnot. Approximately.
Will comply.
2298.
Relocation commencing.
2298. That's gonna be there for 80.
Our forces
84.
are under attack.
Okay, I can handle it. So it's gonna be 84.
Are
And if you're
under
gonna be
attack.
having proper numbers, so therefore
How
2
can I
boys. Yes, but let's go therefore deposit all of it.
Moving
So
out.
move 2, and we're gonna be having
Our
exactly
forces
12.
are under attack.
Do you even not like have a... You don't even have like a number here. Why do you not have a number how many units this is? 3, 6, 8, 12. Okay.
Following.
Some really weird things are missing from the game, considering that this is supposed to be beta. Like, really strange things missing in the game still. But nonetheless, okay, 3, 9.
Sure.
And you can say now not even all of them working in there properly. That was very strange behavior. I'm gonna be having to redo that. Yeah, let's redo that. Because not all of them were working for some obscure reason there.
Transiting now.
Okay, 478.
Will comply. Transiting now.
478, and that's gonna be there for meaning 84 again. That's the same. That's the absolute same as it was. So, like, what's the purpose of the workers 0.12? And if there are gonna be more of them?
Your directive.
Oh, right. Well, that's actually good. Of course, that's the problem, because it was the same. Yes, that is the problem. So yes, you're actually getting less efficient if you're gonna
Our
be having more of
forces
them.
are
Or
under
practically,
attack.
the ones extra are not entirely helping you in any kind of way. So the 12 is the optimal number, and anything above is useless. Okay. Yeah,
Our
that's the thing,
forces
actually.
are under attack.
Good to know. So you can potentially like send them there. It's just going to be like idle
Our
hands, I
forces
guess.
are under attack.
I can get yourself some Therium if you wish.
Let's do this.
But nonetheless, I guess you also need to be getting ourselves there for a few more houses.
Invalid location. Invalid location.
Yeah, this is something I'm very much not used to, because I was haven't selected those two. That I would be expecting them to build it, but in the end, it's gonna be taking the workers from this. That is a very annoying behavior. Something that really seriously get used to. Because you don't want to be blocking your economy, right? Just because of build-up. So you're gonna first... Either you're gonna be having to build next to those guys, but if you don't have the space there... Well, you're just gonna have to move them over. And then... It's weird kind of babysitting extra APM, I guess. So on one hand, it's an interesting idea. But on the other... By the way, what actually happens? If you're gonna be having idle villager here... And you build a house there. Is it gonna be still taking the miner, or is it gonna be the idle worker? No, it's the idle one.
You're directed.
That's a curious AI. There's also something that can be potentially pretty stupid for you. Because if you don't notice that, if you're gonna be having some random... Imagine if you're having multiple bases, right? You're gonna be having base here. And there's some kind of random idle worker. I imagine he's gonna be basically the one targeted to actually build if you place something here. That can really mess you up pretty bad. You have to be really careful about it, macro therefore. No, that's a lot of different systems in this game. Really don't have shift click in here on the units yet. And therefore like batches for resources. I guess you probably don't.
Ready to fight.
Nope. Doesn't seem to be that way. No, nonetheless, let's just gonna get some kind of army and try to see what is, by the way, the population limit maximum. It's maybe also a bit curious to see.
Here is for the enemy.
Wow, that actually takes even all the workers.
Invalid.
Oh wow, I was thinking that's gonna be that one guy starting all of that because it's on like one shift click. Nope. That's gonna be completely stopping your economy if you build. Oh, you have to be real careful what you build and when then. And gold is apparently also not infinite. Interesting, good to know.
Got it. Yes?
Nonetheless, you're gonna be there for a build-in. Let's get to it, boys.
Our forces
And let's
are
get
under
ourselves
attack.
some extra control center, I guess, here.
Awaiting further instructions.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, seems like it also they are basically not getting body blocked. Interesting. Units probably are body blocked, or are they not? Yeah, units are body blocked, but it seems like the workers are not having hitboxes practically. Or at least they are ignoring them, it seems like.
Time is wasted. It's go time.
Not enough luminite.
Not enough luminite.
What's next?
How can I help? Awaiting further instructions.
No, this is gonna be classic micro. Same as in the Age of games, you're simply gonna be dropping that, sending others to work, and when they would be potentially returning back, you want to be possibly finishing with that center here.
At your disposal. How can I help?
By the way, that scrapyard is only for the therium, right? Yes. So therefore nothing from the, what is the gold? Luminite.
Combat ready.
And pop limit, I mean, like, still seems to be growing. Is there some kind of actual limit to it then? And you can apparently build anywhere you wish, right? No, we are actually a bit early also building already. In the middle of the map. So there's something like 300 pop limit or something.
What you got? Let's do this.
300. Okay, so can you get there for something further, or is that the limit?
Fear is for the enemy.
Probably not. You're gonna be building further. Unless we just gonna locked on it.
Ready. Striking out.
Not enough luminite.
Yeah, so okay, so 300 is actually the max. Okay, let's dive for it now. Get the resources back from that. I'm not entirely certain which ones is gonna be too much. But what I want to be checking is also the fact that they didn't follow the doggo, by the way. So they have a limited range, which they're gonna be following the units. And I wanted to be right now checking out if you can be therefore drop in some military buildings nearby. And what's gonna be happening, which kind of village is gonna be targeted to it. I guess the random closest. So yes. This is gonna be a possible problem. It's gonna put up an idol.
Coordinates locked.
Is he gonna be going from across? I mean, like, he has to be.
Our forces
Yeah.
are under
At your
attack.
disposal.
Yeah, I can definitely see the scenarios. You're just gonna be having two bases maybe spread out. And you're gonna be building on the wrong side. And you're just gonna be waiting 2 minutes for the villager to cross over. And build it. Okay. You really have to be taking good care of where your units are. And your idlers as well, it seems like.
My soul is ready.
No, I guess you can probably right about now therefore go in.
Striking out.
And then you're gonna be potentially restarting and seeing if this kind of swarm strat is somewhat like a
Killing time.
something that can help.
Who shall I strike?
Should be using the attack move for a lot more.
My blade is ready.
Seems like the AI is not gonna be entirely... Probably, I mean, like, it's not gonna be smart, but seems like it's gonna be having practically infinite resources. I guess that's what it is.
Ready for war.
That's why it's not using maybe with the workers, or maybe just gonna like has a really quick gather rate, because it seems like they finished with the gold. And they don't seem to be switching to anything else, so yeah, the AIs are probably not gonna be the focus yet. And nonetheless, just can also showcasing the task manager here for a bit. So you're gonna be at this point playing it on the lowest details, therefore it's gonna be a bit better on the FPS for actual gameplay. So let's exit the menu straight, I guess. Oh, that's also right about now wrong selection, because it's selecting progression, but it's actually overview that you're seeing here. It also confused me last time. So let's maybe at this point see about the last AI. I don't know, check it more, for example, and then I guess you're gonna be gifting points to somebody. I think this is gonna be the simple thing I tried to do, just like rush with the first soldiers. Quite often can be working well in the early stages of a game. Why am I having such a weird selection? Shouldn't that be like an arrow? Okay, it was arrow until now. Okay, I need to be taking a short break. But in, well, 2 minutes we're gonna be right now continuing with our look at this game. Until it's gonna be running. Still supposed to be running about 40 minutes, so we'll see. Gonna be able to do. Not sure if I'm gonna be having a look on the Infernos, if I'm gonna be managing. We will see. What also right now occurs to me is that I didn't test one extra scenario with the villages and the buildings across the map. Like having a villager next to it working, and then the idler on the other side, if it's gonna be still selecting the idler from the other side of the map. That's something that I'm curious about. Okay. Right about now getting this picture. Wow, out of video memory trying to allocate a rendering resource. Make sure your video card has the minimum required memory. Try lowering the resolution and or closing other applications that are running. Exiting. Okay, let's maybe can I show that to you. So I apparently managed to crash it. Getting this message. Interesting. But so far, well, considering that the minimum requirements for the game are way higher than what I have, I'm fairly happy that I'm actually able to play it and stream it. Otherwise, just so you know, I'm having i5-3570, okay, Intel, and that's like 3.4 GHz quad core. So it's not bad, but it's obviously quite a bit old by now. And 8 GB RAM. I'm playing on a SSD, but not the modern ones, kind of like the older ones, SATA3. So it's like, what is it, 600 megabytes per second. So not like the best, but seems to be working alright. What was the map? Check it more, right? Maybe it was also because the cursor was looking a bit weird. Maybe something bugged out otherwise. Yeah. Seems like it's something with this specific map. Seems like this map is a bit hard to load, therefore. I frankly do not have any kind of like real plans to be playing this game too much or anything. But I just kinda wanted to be seeing what is supposed to be the modern RTS. Broken crown, no creeps. I guess we don't care about the creeps too much, if they're gonna be there or not. Oh, that's better. It seems like something specific with that map, probably, therefore. It doesn't want to load. There we are. With the game, so for that also being turned off for a bit, but nonetheless, therefore I guess somewhat slowly begin. So let's therefore build ourselves therefore
Not enough luminite.
some buildings here. I guess maybe you're gonna have to be a bit more careful about that.
Ready to work.
Back immediately.
Robot engaged.
There's a second luminite there. It's gonna try to play it on that one luminite here. It's gonna be there for control 3, somewhere to close to the TC, even though it doesn't show, it doesn't matter. And Mr. Dogo is gonna be number 1, and he can gonna go... What? No, I'm not sending you there. Sending you on the minimap first. It's kinda weird that it doesn't show when where I'm sending it on the minimap. Basically, like you don't have a selection, whatever, indicator in there.
Bot activated.
Insufficient supply.
Ready to work.
Can you even tackle this? 240 hit points. I'm kind of assuming that probably not. Guess don't really need to be right now having anything else, but you're gonna be needing certainly housings.
Yes?
So that's something you can right now switch off, because there were a few weird settings in the gameplay. Automatic control group indicators, control groups normal, by the way hidden, unclickable, okay. Fine unit elevation. Oh, that's what were those green circles below the aircraft. That's what was going on there. Let's use the minimap to the left. No, let's gonna keep it as it was. Yeah, they can also decrease the size of the UI.
Yes, for the enemy.
Yeah, I guess it's gonna be probably a bit better to see more. And wow, he's gonna be starting with some doodles here.
What you got? Let's do this. On my way. Annihilate. Killing time.
Is yet again the one I'm selecting him to attack or not? I'm thinking he wasn't.
Going. Headed there now. Time to kill. Going. Let's do this.
Feels to me they are kind of like selecting different targets than I'm actually telling them to select.
I'm here. I'm off. Thought you'd never ask. No. Regret. Thought you'd never ask.
I'm gonna be having to build right about now, definitely another series of wrecks.
Time is wasted.
Yes?
Maybe let's get the healers into the pack as well here. As for the housings, you're having 60. Guess that's gonna be also needing a few more.
I long for combat.
Invalid location built there.
How can I help?
I'm really loving for that to be just like literally one guy instead of all of them. Basically like everybody picking one extra building. That seems this is really annoying behavior. I'm definitely hoping this is something that can be turned off then in the game. That's not great. Okay, I'm gonna be keeping the workers as they are. Maybe like one more here and that's gonna be it. So maybe also take a few screenshots, possibly.
Not enough ilmenite.
What you got? Copy that. I'm off.
Cast that there. Why is the left one miss? Oh well, he's missing because he's not been hit yet. Okay, that's the reason.
Moving up. My blade is ready.
Have we upgraded? Yes, we have. There's the medical center. Hangar bay, biokinetic slab. Oh no, you're just gonna need it to be upgrading so that you can be getting the medtech.
What you got? I'm here.
enough luminite.
Ready. What's next?
Yeah, the automatic control group needs to be going off. That's very much not a good idea.
Let the healing begin.
Gonna be number 1, Mr. Dogo. Oh wow, already second base. And we are being chased, so we are screwed, so you have to be going home. Which means it's gonna be still 3 exclusively, and yeah, I guess it's gonna be number 2
Where am I
approximately.
needed?
It's not gonna be needing a bit more of the heal bots, I guess. Didn't entirely appreciate how many we're gonna be needing.
Not enough luminite.
He actually kinda left me a P. I kinda like the white dots on the minimap. Okay, let's check out. Because there's supposed to be like 1 dot here, but I'm not entirely certain what it's supposed to represent. I mean, like, I understand the bigger one being building, but what is this small one? Is it some kind of creep? That's this, right? Oh, that's the neutral units, and I have no idea what they do. Oh, didn't that give us actually the energy? I think it did, right? Oh, no. Doesn't matter where we're gonna be right now going. I'm just gonna be having the Dogo
Our
sent somewhere
forces
forward.
are under attack.
Phew, that's a lot of dogs.
My soul is ready.
And why is
What
she
can I
not
do for
healing
you?
automatically here? Like, come on, are they too far away? No, they apparently were. The range is really small there for the healer.
Off I go.
Guess you're gonna be needing a lot more of the healers. How much do we have? 100? Expensive kind of though.
Ready to fight.
You're gonna be having 2 medics. By the way, do you have a build queue somewhere? You don't, right? As for example, in AoE games, you just have a build queue which you have queued in all around. That's something I'm definitely missing, because I was kinda looking when I was having all of those buildings selected. What I'm actually having clicked in there. Yeah, that's not entirely that evident. No, doesn't seem not sure therefore what it does, those neutrals. Doesn't seem to be giving us energy or anything. Weird.
Assistance has
Nonetheless, I
arrived.
guess it's gonna be there for time to go a
Who
bit
can I help?
forward.
Right behind him.
Healers are gonna be number 4.
Right behind him.
And infantryman number 3.
Relocating.
Oh no, that's gonna be number 3. Those are number 2. No.
My blade is ready. I'm here.
Number 2, military buildings need to be right about number 3 for us.
My soul is ready. Flow like water.
Smoke goes over.
I long for combat.
Let's see if maybe you're gonna be able to. You're gonna be allowed to do
Where am I
this.
needed? What do you
Okay,
reckon?
heal us a bit at the back.
Priority 1.
I'm off.
Time to save lives. What's up?
My blade is ready.
Okay, that's actually
What do
blocked
you
off.
reckon?
I was thinking there's a path here.
Who's hurt?
Annihilate.
Off I go. Right behind him. What's up? Time to save lives. Right behind him.
Quit it. Element.
Right behind him.
Okay, they're using the special ability constantly. Okay, so good. That wasn't looking entirely too bad, frankly.
Who can I help?
Call it. Let's do this. Call it. Time is wasted. Yes, Commander.
Our forces are under attack.
I like these odds.
G'day. I'll do what's gotta be done. On the tail.
Okay, so fights in the choke points are gonna be quite fun as hell.
Battle awaits.
How about you actually attack if you can?
What do you reckon?
What's next?
Okay, you are a bit
Up
in the
I go.
past in there.
Thought you'd never ask.
Our forces are under attack.
But nonetheless, it's gonna be there for about now number 3 back. Oh, rather. Maybe that's gonna add it into
Our
number 3.
forces are under attack. Not enough luminite.
Time to save lives. Up I go.
I mean, like, how about you actually heal
On the tail.
instead of shooting randomly?
Right behind him. On the go.
Ready.
Time to save lives.
Fear is for the enemy.
Who can I help? Priority 1. Who's hurt?
Killing time. What's next?
Who can I help? Priority 1.
Not enough
Probably gonna be
luminite.
soon out of the gold,
Our
right?
forces
By the way, can you
are
actually
under
see when
attack.
it's gonna be getting depleted or not? Because I'm also kinda like completely not certain about that. Feels to me that you can't see it actually in a kind of way. And we apparently need to be also getting ourselves a few extra houses.
Not enough luminite.
One extra probably should be enough here.
Long for combat.
Where am I needed?
Let's do this. On their 6. Let's do this.
Why are they not reacting to what's going on here? I mean, actually, I don't hit attack move, but nonetheless, would be expecting, for example, the dogs are gonna be
Where
getting
am I
automatically attacked here.
Who's hurt? Who's hurt?
Call it.
What can I do for you? Right behind
You
him.
can heal, for example. That's what you could be currently doing.
We'll follow. Yes, Commander. Flow like water. What's next? Striking out. Headed there now. Eliminate.
Who's hurt? Up I go.
Okay, so this is gonna be working apparently fine. And yes, you have ran out of luminite. Exactly. Ah, somewhat expected. So that's gonna be somewhat blocking you because you can't be making at this point a new one, right? Command post here. You need 400. So we would have to be therefore most probably. What is this? Like, we selected all of it. Yeah, the selection not working is really bothering me a lot. I guess you can be there for removing that. It's gonna be giving us a bit more luminite. Hopefully back.
Awaiting further instructions. Relocation commencing.
Ah well, doesn't entirely matter where you're gonna be building it here for anyway.
My soul is ready. I'm off. Striking out.
Guess he's gonna be having a few villages that run into the left side somewhere.
What can I do for you? On the go.
Moving out. On their 6.
Smoke goes over. Time to shoot through. Right behind him. Time to save lives. What can I do for you? Fast as I can.
Oh wow, there's a new
Priority
PC
one.
actually even built up.
My soul is ready.
What's up? Take the fight. Weren't they be surprised?
Call it. Headed there now.
Okay, so one TC rush. I wonder if it's gonna be quick enough or not. Because you can therefore imagine the second TC on the second Luminite. Maybe. Okay, let's probably give somebody the points then. Let's try it a little before you're gonna be completely cut off, I guess. Let's pay the vanguards, and again, if we're gonna be trying to do. Are we trying like one TC push? It seems to be kind of slow. At the same time, it's nothing shooting in the base, so theoretically it can be decently surprising. Ah well, we'll see. Hopefully it's not gonna be loading into the map that's gonna be crashing me. Slightly afraid that it might have done that. Maybe you're not gonna be even able to play it because of it. It is very much a possibility. So maybe that's not gonna be any kind of multiplayer for me, so I'm just gonna be literally able to have a look, test it, and that's gonna be practically it. Yeah, well, old computer. Not much I can do about that. Probably load it into really one of those games. Well, into those maps. Maybe just gonna be able to test until we get the normal map, like the Boneyard, that we can load. I just so want to give somebody the points. It's gonna be showing this screen, then it's already going down. Okay, let's gonna try it a few times, and well, if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work, and we can just gonna have a look on the Infernos, I guess. And I'm gonna be at least knowing that I'm not gonna be able to play the game here. Again, I wasn't really certain if I'm gonna be even able to launch it. So the fact that I can even at least have a look at it, how it plays, and what kind of design decisions they have taken, is already a bit of a plus for me. Let's give it like 2 more tries, and then we're just gonna be having a quick look on the Infernos. They actually already recorded this as a loss, it seems like. That the first 2 or 3 didn't entirely count, but now it actually is basically like all reloaded me into the game before it crashed me. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, so one last attempt, just in case. And then we're gonna be heading into Infernalios. Kind of really strange that it actually behaves this way though. Because I mean, like, we can be playing against AI. So the game apparently runs, but for some reason it's not entirely liking this. Maybe there's like only a specific map that you play on the ladder, that it's not the ones that we are having in the customs. Not sure. Maybe you can be trying to play with in the co-op also somehow. Yeah, that's also something we can try. So let's try the last matchmaking, then we're gonna be trying to see if the co-op is somehow somebody queuing for that. If it's gonna be enough, no, I can straight down the loss is coming up. So it seems like the crash during load up is gonna be considered a loss. Interesting. So it's gonna be interesting because, yeah, at this point getting lower in the MMR, that's maybe also something that's gonna be prolonging therefore the search for the further game, right? Maybe I'm really at this point due to those crashes actually so low that it can't really find me any kind of game. There wasn't any kind of option to like stagger the matchmaking. Okay, like just like in, for example, Age of Mythology can be selecting that you're gonna be broadening the requirements quicker or slower. So you can select therefore what kind of quality of match you're gonna be able to get, which is a very interesting mechanism because that's not something that's included in the further games. Maybe something that could be wanting to come back. Yeah, okay, this is not entirely gonna be apparently finding anybody for us anymore. So I guess let's maybe therefore have a look onto that co-op. Can you... Okay, it is still searching. Okay, I was kinda curious about that, if you can therefore switch into the further ones. Or if it's gonna be blocking you, but no, it seems like the matchmaking is still underway. Tutorial, beginner, normal. I guess this is what we're gonna do. Normal maybe. What is it? Captain Carl Barkley, callsign Blockade, has been fighting the good fight since the Infernals invaded. A second in command of the elite dagger team known as the Warhawks, he utilizes his shock hammer to protect and punish. Guess let's see if somebody's still looking for this somehow. It's gonna be connecting us, or how does this even work? Question is if maybe the matchmaking is still working. I guess it is. If it's gonna be again allowing us in. Destroy the Iron Bolt, intercept convoys. Interesting.
Not enough room.
You are weak and teensy. My weapon
Not luminite. Allies are under attack. Not enough luminite.
Okay, so we are supposed to be apparently going out immediately. Mm-hmm.
Tell me some forces are pure. Cannot destroy my weapon or stop my
Not
convoys.
enough
I
luminite.
got you. Shoving off.
Alright, so it's gonna be there for
Allies
help
are
out.
under attack.
And what do we have as an ability? Heals a target, leaps towards a target on impact damage, and bonus movement speed and dealing 120 damage or nonsense. Okay.
Allies are under attack.
They won't get past.
I'm just
Our
gonna still
forces
confuse on
are
the color
under
because they are
attack.
very similar in general. So third
Allies are
one,
under
and
attack.
we're gonna be able to get ourselves potentially further that, and we're also gonna be needing some houses in a moment. This is not gonna be entirely that
Stay the course.
complicated, I guess.
Left, right, left. Highly motivated. Annihilate. I'll fight to the
It's,
end.
yeah. Considering how they're actually looking absolutely the same, they're having pretty big problem actually realizing which one is mine of those. It's not entirely all that ideal. But let's therefore go home.
Not enough luminite.
Bloodshed commence.
What do we have?
Insufficient supply.
Guardsman. Basic ranged infantry. Okay, it's maybe gonna be a bit better.
Insufficient
What does he
supply.
take? Just a bit of extra
Radiant willing.
gold.
Good to go.
Alright, chat. Yes.
Allies are under attack.
Boot up complete.
Quit it. Time. Gunner here.
Allies are under attack.
Okay, so I'm supposed to be basically destroying all of it. Okay.
Nothing gonna slow me down. Move on out. Move on out.
Bot activated.
Not enough luminite.
Okay, I think that on the house is gonna be good to go.
Allies are under attack.
I'll stick
Go
to you
back
like
here and gonna be actually moving. Okay, he's gonna play in a bit alone in there.
Move on out. Stay the course. Talk to me. I got you. Gunner here. That's right. My convoy's already here.
Yeah, but I mean, like the selections and going back to selection is very kind of like unwieldy. Something I'm gonna have to get used to quite a bit. Okay, so we are gonna be able to go forward already here. And how much do we have? Okay, so we can build in potentially second TC. We have some resources here.
I'll fight to the end.
I'm gonna be assuming that maybe the rifle infantry is gonna be better. I have no
Allies
idea.
are under attack.
Okay.
Move on out.
Allies are under attack.
Gunner here. I got you. Oh, it's on now.
Can you somehow like block it from moving if you're gonna be in front of it?
Left, right, left.
No.
Stay the course.
Maybe a bit, not sure, but nonetheless.
Not enough luminite. Not enough luminite.
Oh, come on, you have more than enough luminite. What is this here? Siege camp. Does that sound like important, or
Robot engaged.
what is that exactly?
Wide awake.
Okay, there are a bit too many people around here, so I'm not entirely liking my chances here.
Left,
Let's
right,
lure
left.
them also back.
What's the cinch? Double time. Sure thing. Highly motivated. Good to
Allies
go.
are under attack.
Okay, gonna be almost
Allies
finished
are
here.
under
Gunner
attack.
here.
Not enough luminite.
Wide awake. Ready for anything. I got you. Shoving off. Gunner here. Stay the course.
Okay, so right now what are we doing? Just gonna like boom in and preparing, I guess, maybe. Seems to be right about now the game plan for the others. I'm just gonna be following suit
Gunner
somewhat.
here.
Ready to work.
Move on out. Stay the course.
Okay, there's nothing here. So seems like gonna be basically like moving out
Left,
in
right, left.
this kind of direction
Talk to
approximately.
me.
So let's maybe get some kind of further buildings. Mech Bay, I guess you can probably drop it about there.
Reporting for work.
You go near my transports and I will make an example out of you. Tell me something.
Just exactly as I set up here.
Robot engaged.
How else?
Not enough luminite.
Gunner here.
Allies are under attack. Not enough luminite.
Tell me something. Bringing it. I got you. My blood. Ready and willing.
Boot up complete.
Gunner here.
I guess you could be probably already quite a bit ready to even go into the base, I'm assuming.
Allies are under attack.
Good to go.
I'm here to assist.
Bringing it. Gunner here.
Reporting for work.
I got you. Gunner here. I got you.
Okay, let's go see chicken. So maybe it seems like this guy is gonna be a bit more willing to attack with us. No, we built it in a stupid spot apparently, but what can we do, right?
Where's this gonna hurt? Tell me something.
Allies are under attack.
Let's go. Move on out. Gunner here. Oh, it's on
That was
now.
quite a solid miss by me. Let's probably get some jokes right now done.
Not enough luminite.
Talk to me. Wide awake. Stay the course. Stay the course.
Allies are under attack.
Got a few towers, so you're gonna be needing some
Gonna slow me down.
actually a bit better units for that, it looks like.
Sure thing. Gunner here.
Allies are under attack.
Report for duty.
Nothing gonna
Can
slow
we
me
heal
down.
him, therefore, or
Onward.
what's currently going on here?
Onward. Highly motivated. Gunner here.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
fight to the end.
Yes, you apparently can. So one more here, or we can just right now switch in there with a few more guys. And I don't think I necessarily need currently that many more workers now.
Allies are under attack.
Hooah! Gunner here.
Because it's gonna be fine here. And I imagine maybe we could be trying to hold top,
Boot up complete.
possibly even. Okay, so let's get ourselves maybe
Allies
some
are
build up.
under attack.
Guardsman, biokinetic slab, sentry post. So you're gonna build a few sentries here if you can. Because you're gonna be
Allies are
building
under
here.
attack.
Okay, like attacking from this position somewhat. So you guys gonna be able to handle this? Seems like they will. Therefore don't have to be really looking at that. And I guess let's maybe heal ourselves up.
Allies are under attack.
Hooah! Onward. Left, right, left.
It's still kind of like weirdly morbid to be killing the random deer here.
Allies are under attack.
wide awake. I'll fight to the end. Good to go.
Allies are under attack.
Nonetheless, so what do we build right now? Biokinetic slab, definitely.
Talk to
So
me.
we collect all kinds of random units that we
I'll
have
stick to you.
Allies
left
are under
around
attack.
here.
Double time.
Right in the curve.
They didn't manage to kill that? Like, what the hell?
Allies are under attack.
Oh, good. Emergency sentry. Instantly constructs a sentry post at a target location that lasts for 60
Allies are
seconds.
under attack.
Okay, that's interesting. Fortify. Grants a shield to a target structure that absorbs 1000 damage. Okay, that's basically like a combo of those two, I guess you could
Let's
say.
get cracking.
Stay the course.
Allies are under attack.
I guess maybe right now upgrade
Allies
first
under
and foremost. So that's something that's gonna be somewhat useful. Dancer, scouts, guardsmen. Oh,
Allies
don't
are
really need
under
anything
attack.
of that. Oh, we actually getting kinda owned in our base. Alright.
Allies are under attack.
So it doesn't seem like it's gonna be entirely that terrible then.
Ready and willing. Bringing it. Let's go. Onward.
Can actually try to push forward here a bit.
Boys on now. Bringing it.
Maybe we probably could.
Boys on now. It's not a convoy. Nothing to see here. Move along. Time is wasted. They're going down.
Wow, okay.
Move on out.
Allies are under attack.
So that's not gonna be entirely as simple, it seems like.
Move on out. On.
Allies are under attack.
Ready and willing.
Yeah?
Allies are under
Yeah?
attack.
Okay, and we're gonna be definitely needing a lot more of those mech base.
Allies are under attack.
Ready to work.
You want a hacking?
Used to have healing, yes. Okay, so head there.
You got.
Allies are under attack.
Let's get some.
He's fine
Ready to
here, and seems like everything else is gonna be fine as well.
At your
Simply
disposal.
switch you into the gold, as the gold is gonna be. It's just kinda like stupid that you don't see how far away it is from getting finished properly.
You might want to hide while you still can.
Give me them orders. Ready when you are.
Give me them orders.
Our forces
Okay.
are under attack. Allies are under attack.
Yeah, this is gonna be fairly simple. But well, we're gonna be needing a bit more serious siege weapons there. What the hell?
Our forces are under
Oh,
attack.
so some kind of... Yeah, okay, some kind of
Allies
cannons
are under
coming up.
attack. Insufficient supply.
So what kind of upgrades do we have here further? Okay, nothing from that. Machine
Allies are
lab.
under
Okay, we don't
attack.
have machine lab. So what is machine lab? Okay, this one.
Invalid location. Our base is under attack.
I'm in the fight.
Insufficient supply. Our forces are under
Okay,
attack.
definitely right about now with quite a few things going on. That's gonna be getting a bit more funny. Which one is ours?
Allies are under attack.
Like so impossible to say actually which one is ours. This one,
Our
I guess.
forces are under attack. Allies are under attack.
Vulcan online.
Insufficient supply.
Make way. I'm gone. You're about to regret all your life decisions.
Okay, so it's gonna be simply done.
What happens? Left, right, left.
Our base is under attack.
Whoa,
Good to
okay.
Allies are under
Now you're
attack.
talking.
But the drops in the FPS are quite a bit massive. Okay, where is it back on the caravan here?
How to wipe that smile off your face.
Okay, try
Allies
at last
under
artillery mech
attack.
can deploy to gain a powerful long range. Okay, so we're just gonna be happy with
Vulcan
those
online.
boys.
Insufficient supply.
Tell me something.
Insufficient Allies are under attack.
So, what do we have? Transonic rockets, Hedgehog, Vulcans, Atlas. By the way, those dudes are what?
Allies are under attack.
Vulcans, okay. Yes, maybe.
Allies are under attack.
Ready and willing. On with it.
Insufficient
But that's
theory.
why we don't have entirely enough houses.
Allies
Seems
are
like.
under attack. Unable to build there.
Quite a bit of a
Allies are under
slugfest. Jesus damn. Yeah, at least that's a confirmation I'm not gonna be really able to play this.
Allies are under attack.
There's a CPU issue here.
Insufficient therium. Allies are under attack.
Actually, I haven't any kind of army at all. I mean, like we do. Then, bro, problem actually realizing where the fridge it is.
Allies are under attack.
Hit me. Blazing a trail. Let's get some. You think you're special? I think you're about to die.
Insufficient therium.
Yeah, I don't think I'm having really too many units here at all. Considering my pop limit is really solid, I'm just like really curious where the hell is it, the army? The minimap is just like
Allies are under
completely
attack.
useless. No, nonetheless, not gonna be too much of a help here, but it seems like that our allies are gonna be able to manage it quite fine.
Allies are under attack.
What's the sit rep? Right behind him. Make way.
Okay, actually getting attacked right about now from behind though.
Allies are under attack.
But this is kind of like the main goal, then I guess you're gonna be fine.
Our forces are under
Destroy
attack.
Iron Bolt, yes, and then let's go to the destination. Okay,
Our base
that's
is
gonna be there
under
for
attack.
complete. And that's actually the victory itself.
Our
Alright, so that
forces
was a
are
bit
under
interesting.
attack.
Some random kind of matchmaking co-op. It's not a bad plan, not a bad thing in the game.
Our forces are under attack.
Moving out.
And again, this staff will still continue playing, it looks like.
Our forces are under attack. Allies are under attack.
This is gonna hurt Fall the call. A lot more than it hurts me. I'm gone. Blazing a trail.
Allies are under
Come to
attack.
Papa. Come to Papa.
Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack.
Yeah, it's not
Our
gonna be
base
entirely
is
able to
under
manage that
attack.
too much. 28 seconds, does it mean that we're gonna be in those seconds basically like ending with the game? It's gonna be like automatically kicking us
Allies are
out?
under attack.
Or what is gonna be like the general idea of that then?
Invalid location. Allies are under attack.
What I miss?
Oh, he just kinda died somewhere. Uh-huh. And he was respawning. Okay, so that also was the timer. Right.
Stay the course.
But nonetheless, I guess you don't have to be really doing anything else here anymore. So let's therefore go out. Okay, track Havoc, total experience earned. Mr. Honeybun. Yeah, they were apparently doing quite a bit better what they were doing. Blockade, and it's like level 2, or are you just gonna play always the same mission? I guess you're probably playing the same mission, and basically just like how often you do it, you're gonna be hitting some level ups. Guess gonna be that general game plan. Okay, 4 losses, yeah, so basically every single time it crashed for us, it basically meant that we were recording a loss. Okay, so let's maybe do that next time if it's still working. This probably should be like past the time when it's already off. But maybe it's gonna be kind of like in a similar way as it was basically with, for example, Age of Games when they were tested. And that means basically that as long as you were in, you were still in, you just kind of couldn't relock. Okay, so I guess at that point, if we therefore can, let's maybe get ourselves a look onto the Infernos if it's gonna be working. Okay, let's go with Peaceful so that you can get some kind of acquaintance with those. Okay, so it's gonna be somewhat similar, of course. Workers, yes, spells. Okay, basic worker unit can get resources very low. Attacks ground, you can see right about now train time a half a second. Really? Still 50. Yeah, they really actually get made pretty quickly, but you need to be... So they're immediate, but you have actually a bit of a timer on that. That's a weird mechanism. Curious, but nonetheless, that's apparently how it therefore works with them. No, and otherwise it's gonna be a same array of structures, just with different ones. Iron Walled, Brute, Shroudstone. Okay, so it's gonna be as barracks. Then we do have Conclave. That's gonna be some further like mechs. Or are you gonna be consuming the imps for that? Or what is it? Yeah, you actually... Aha! You are charging the imps, basically, all the time. And then you can be clicking them at once and just basically immediately get a boost of workers. Right now, just waiting if they're gonna be coming back or if they basically are sacrificed for creating the building here. Yeah, okay, huh? So, that's how it's working with the villages here, so it's gonna be a bit different. And the buildings, therefore. Yes, they completely consume the imp. Alright. It's an interesting way how it's done. Should we definitely send in two of you back to the gold. Now let's get ourselves the further buildings. Twilight Spire, Shadow Fire. Okay, so that's fires. Then we do have Shroud Stone, which is tower. Okay, so it's gonna be requiring a lot more management of the wills. Like, seriously, a lot more. So 5 there, and I guess that's maybe with the stone. The last one is gonna be coming into the gold too. And what kind of unit? Train Brute. Basic melee infernal warrior can use Thunder Soul. Yeah, they really actually all get... Yeah, that's the same mechanism for everything. Basically queue them up, then it can be potentially swarming them immediately. So that's gonna be basically meaning that the more buildings you have, then the better you're gonna be able to spam them. What is this? Increases this unit's movement speed by 50%. Interesting. And Thunder Soul rips this unit in half, creating 2 fiends in the process. It's almost like a Promethean. And by the way, how is it gonna be with hit points on it though? And it's actually kinda curious. Yeah, they have limited hit points. And they heal if they're gonna be on... Yeah, they actually cursed ground. Huh. And they actually lose hit points if they're gonna be off it. Or are they not? Yes, they lose hit points there. We get in Fellhawks and they are going basically like... Wait, what? Allied unit. But what are you supposed to be doing with them? There's gonna be probably some kind of mechanism to those, right? You cannot control this unit. Arslingu, to se nestane. A stejně sem nikdo nepřijde. Well, anyway, let's maybe at this point therefore get ourselves really some more workers. Seems like we're having plenty of them right now queued up. So you're probably supposed to be therefore working your way forward with further buildings. That's not entirely certain if I'm entirely liking that mechanism too much. By the way, upgrade we already can do. I was absolutely confused about the pigs. What the hell is up with them? Are you potentially gonna be healing yourself up from them? Because you can target them in this way. Okay, let's maybe try to lose some hit points here, if we can. And then try to eat the hawk, if it's gonna be working as I'm kinda thinking it might. So 13 hit points. And no, he can't be interacting with that. Oh, you can? No. Okay, so absolutely clueless what those are supposed to be meaning. Summon effigy. Summons an effigy at a target location that provides shroud for 60 seconds. Oh. So that's how you're supposed to be moving forward. But it's taking a long time. That's a... This is very complicated gameplay, therefore, it seems like. No, nonetheless, what further buildings can we get? Shadow Cleft. Which is what? Okay, that's gonna be flyers, if I'm not mistaken. And the Ritual Chamber, Weaver Spriggan. I have no idea what that is. And further special abilities are gonna be what? Hellspawn Resurgence. Refreshes all charges on a target friendly shrine. Iron Vault Conclave and blah blah blah. Nightfall Infestation. After a 3-second delay, infests enemy units in the target area and reduces their vision by 50%. Nice. Shroudstone Manifestation. Summons a Shroudstone near an existing shrine or shrine stone. 100% increased attack speed and damage for 30 seconds. Additional increases all coverage. Covers the entire map in Shroud for 30 seconds. Oh, wow. That's gonna be there for meaning that you don't lose any kind of hit points, right? During that, probably. Anywhere on the map, in the end. Sounds a powerful enthralled dragon at a target Shroudstone. Can use the Fetid Breath. Inhale poison abilities and has the Parasitic Soul passive ability. Curioso. Okay, so we built that, but it's apparently not getting us this special ground. How do you get that special ground? Only by the TC? I imagine.
Make choice.
It seems like that only specific units are gonna be losing hit points. For example, this Gaunt. When he actually got healed up, he is not losing the hit points anymore. Trail, Hellborn, Magmadon. Okay, that's gonna train everything here.
Need more ore.
Train Weaver. Ritual Chamber. Okay, we don't have that yet.
Need more ore.
We don't have enough stone, apparently. Kind of weirdly subdued soundtrack. Okay, so what do you do, Mr. Focused Hatred? Infernal Armor. I mean, like those statistics here, I really don't understand why it's being done in such a weird way. Instead of just like straight telling you all those numbers that you need. Okay, but nonetheless, whatever. Magmadon consume sacrifices a nearby Fellhawk. No, that's what we are looking for. Fellhawk recovering 100% of max wide health instantly. Oh, that's what the hawks are for. Trample goes into a rampage, pushing nearby units out of the Magmadon's path and dealing 150 damage over 6 seconds to nearby enemy ground units. Cute, I guess. And should be having enough stone for that to be built. And I guess getting ourselves also some further workers again. And what is this dude? Mr. Doombringer. Deploys, instantly slams into the ground, unloading all cargo and creating shroud in the area. Enables the ability to load and unload cargo, so it's a transport. And Sanctuary teleports this unit to a friendly shrine. And the flyer, that's gonna be Shadow Flyer, and Bloodburst detonates itself onto a target enemy air unit, gaining speed as it approaches and dealing 125 area damage. Interesting. Kamikaze warrior here. Let's get all kinds of upgrades, so therefore brews to spawn an additional fiend when they perish, including when they sunder soul. Okay, so it's gonna be literally Prometheans from AOM. Basically when they die, they split into two. Additionally, 10 extra armor, Magmaron's trample ability to periodically stun nearby enemy ground units. Interesting. No, and from our ritual chamber, allows imps to use flame own ability. No idea. Research sanguine search, rather. Sanguine search, not church. Improves the Shadowfly's bloodburst ability to interact. And Reaper's Rush allows Gauns to use the Reaper's Rush ability. Okay, let's upgrade everything that we can. And has hit allowed a special unit? Yes, it has. Spriggan. Guess it's gonna be some standard flying unit as well. And Terrain Weaver. Need to be waiting for a bit more ore for that. Okay, that's some kind of big boy. Launches a harpoon at a target unit, pulling it through a location of the Weaver, dealing 60 damage if it is an enemy unit. Huh. That's actually curious, because that can be definitely pulling there for even a friendly. Yeah, so if you're gonna be wanting to save a friendly and potentially heal it. Oh, okay, that's a interesting mechanism. So I guess let's have a look on the opponent. So therefore having summon effigy, that's that. Hellspawn Resurgence refreshes all charges. Friendly Shrine. Refreshes charges. Ah, yeah, so it basically gives you the extra workers immediately. Okay, so that's what it does. Okay, let's do that. Let's make a new shrine here somewhere nearby. So they don't have to be walking too far away here, boys. God damn, he's slow. We have some further upgrades here. Apparently not. You don't really have that many upgrades here, it seems like, for this Civilization. As you can see, right now, second upgrade is not gonna be available. Okay, let's get that. Let's maybe send you here into that. Yeah, the shout is gonna be really great. You probably maybe even want to be taking one of those with you, unless you're gonna be, of course, having enough charges for the effigy. You're gonna be able to therefore keep yourself healing practically indefinitely. You can say now, for example, this guy is having almost no hit points. He's like constantly healing himself through the shroud. So I've already finished there. Guess you can maybe rate Badna, send a few more units forward. Guess we get a few more Magmarons possibly here. And the charges, they are common for all of them, right? Yes. Okay, so they are common for all of the units. Interesting. Shadowfall, so yes, that's gonna be there for shroud everywhere. Exactly as expected. There's also one thing I wanted to be testing with the terrain, as far as the idle villages. So let's also do that. We're gonna be there for then, maybe trying to play here a normal game with the Infernals before I forget. So let's go Vanguard, and I just want to be testing something, so let's start it quick. So if it's gonna be considering idle villages or the closer villager, I'm kinda curious about that logic on the builds, on the buildings, and how it works. So let's for example build a TC about here, or TC.
At your disposal.
Let's simply have a working village somewhere here, for example.
Relocation commencing.
Not enough luminite.
Read this now, afraid about negative. No. It's actually right now targeted by a completely different guy. Because this one is apparently like work. It's very strange because he was moving, he's closer, and he's not selected, so that already maybe is gonna be letting us know the logic here.
Confirmed. Moving
And that
out.
would actually, that cancelled it when we actually moved the villager away. Oh wow. That is a curious logic. Huh. I'm not sure I liking that too much. But what do I know? Yeah, I quickly check in case there was something going on with some Age of Mythology matches for later tonight, maybe. Okay, so seems like nothing is gonna be happening today. Because there was a potential small chance that maybe something is gonna be up for today later tonight in AOM, but seems like not in the end. Alright, so that's gonna be finished. Now we have the one villager here, and what I want to be testing is if we build something here, for example, we have a villager nearby, but we're gonna be having idler somewhere here.
Wonderful.
There's gonna be idle villager. They are prioritized usually for this. And if I'm gonna be building something here, who's gonna be selected? Okay, it's gonna be the closer one. Okay, that's
At
good.
your disposal.
You're not gonna be taking basically therefore villages from across the map. Nice. That's what I wanted to be testing, if it's gonna be having some weird logic or not.
Ready.
And it was again. Wait a second.
At your disposal.
Okay. So basically it's like a completely different logic. Or maybe it's because of right now the command post here. I also just like can't get over the fact that you can't delete command posts for some reason. But nonetheless, let's maybe therefore take one villager here. It's gonna therefore go and work,
Alrighty.
for example, on this mine. And we're gonna be building something around it. If it's gonna be targeted by that guy, or if this one that's gonna be close is gonna be onto the build. Okay, it's gonna be that guy. Okay, so it's based on proximity. Okay, so that's good. Even if you're gonna be having idle therefore on the other side of the map, it's not gonna be waiting for him. That's something I was a bit concerned about, as it almost seemed like that maybe that could be somewhat a logic, but luckily it isn't. Okay, so that's what I wanted to see here. I guess let's maybe therefore get some kind of fight with the Infernals if we can. Not much of a clue which units are really good or not, but I guess you're gonna learn. Okay, so I guess maybe let's
More Luminites.
therefore go up normally. With something basic. Because it's gonna be also attacking quite a bit quickly, so I guess you're gonna have to really begin real soon here.
Not enough Luminites.
It's gonna, I guess, number 3, for example, for us. And we can be also needing some houses already. It's kind of a interesting mechanism that it's gonna be at this point kind of like limiting you on even gathering the resources here, as you're gonna be requiring actually to use the BIM. So you have to be kind of careful when you build the buildings in the first place, so that you don't kind of handicap your economy too much.
Not enough Luminites. Need more Luminites.
What?
This is done. Piggies as well. So maybe we can be just gonna build in a conclave already also.
Need more Luminites.
And I guess we can be trying to even upgrade as soon as he's gonna be getting actually a bit more stone. So you can be getting some more powerful units. I mean, like, in the end, it probably is gonna be more than enough to be getting just, like, the basic dudes. They probably will be strong enough for us.
Not enough Luminites.
How much do you cost? 150. Chunky boy. So we cannot try to make it with just those dudes.
Need more
And
Luminites.
that's gonna be bringing us enough power for victory.
Need more Luminites.
And also some society should be definitely... At this point, based on the early economy, the 1TC builds don't seem to be very viable. You're really quickly running out of Luminite, which is like the supply is not powerful enough. So you are probably supposed to be having at minimum like 2, maybe 3 bases. It's also what I can remember reading about from the more experienced players. Gone, basic range Inferno Thrall, attacks infest bounce to nearby. Okay. But first, not to be getting ourselves potentially some
Our
new
forces
opportunity
are in
here
battle.
for Shrine.
Bye bye.
Z. I guess it's gonna be this one or this. No, that's gonna be the bottom one, right?
Need more Luminites.
Okay, let's do that.
More energy required.
Oh, we actually don't have the energy yet. Okay, 25, 70 right about now. This one's gonna be taking ages before he is finished. I guess he can be probably right now getting there. So therefore that also means you can't be speeding up the building process, right? Or can you? Should also maybe build in here, that's gonna be a bit easier spot.
Lost. What?
Ready to kill.
Not enough supplies, you're actually missing houses.
Another location.
I wonder if he's helping or not, probably not, I'm gonna be assuming.
Bye bye.
Okay, guess it's gonna be probably time to maybe have a look if we can somehow even end this.
Choice. Not enough Luminites.
Because now probably getting the guns is gonna be a bit better idea in general. And okay, so you can get that possibly. That will be new workers.
Not enough Luminites. Need more Luminites. Your command. So little.
That's gonna be the access path.
Ready to not enough Luminites.
They're not entirely expensive. Only 50 Luminite for them. Very easy to get those boys.
What? What? Bye bye.
Okay, we can apparently build like a new house from him, for example. Don't have to be even sending him anywhere else currently. So we don't have any kind of way to heal. Wasting our energy at this point for that.
Ready to kill. Not enough Luminites. Lost. Make a choice.
Let's see how much the healing is gonna be helping out. I mean, like last time it seemed quite a bit OP. So it feels to me it's gonna be having quite some punch to it and some power. Okay, let's get those. Let's get more of these dudos. And we have right now all the gold for that. Let's heal up. And I guess then we're gonna be done.
Our forces are in battle.
Can be kinda interesting mechanism though, because you want with some of the units to get healing from the hawks, you're gonna be having to therefore have houses forward. So yes, that this is actually a fairly complicated civilization in my opinion. I mean, like the Vanguard is gonna be kind of simple, but nonetheless this is certainly having quite some kind of requirements to think about what to do with them in the first place. Gonna be too hard. And can see right now the energy are gaining all the time through the attack. That's gonna be also definitely severely helpful. Okay, so I guess this is gonna be somewhat like a Zerg, of course. So we'll swarm in. Seems like all around. So we have destroyed all of that, which probably means there's gonna be some kind of secondary base. And well, there it is. Here to the south. Maybe take a screenshot again of at least some kind of fights that we are doing here. No, that's gonna be the victory for us. Okay, so I guess we have therefore looked into what kind of all units we are also having with the Infernals. Yeah, you can therefore go for co-op with those as well, maybe. Not expecting you're gonna be therefore allowed into the matchmaking, right? That's probably gonna be already... Oh well, it's not off, so let's see if it's gonna be therefore working for us. Hopefully that's not gonna be completely... Oh, I can't cancel it. Yeah, because that's gonna be crashing the game and maybe therefore we won't be able to get back up. Oh, I didn't think that through too much. Testing potentially the Infernals in some kind of real fight. Yeah, mistakes were made. Oh well, question is if you're gonna be able to log in, right? At this point. So that it loads, that's one thing. Actually, we still are. Infernal Caster. Play as the Malok as a strong caster with his ranged unit specialized on fire. Guess let's see if maybe somebody's searching for that. Not entirely looking that way too much. Okay, game found. So, Blockade and Malok, interesting. So they're gonna be like the same mission, and we're just gonna be having an Infernal in that, or, I mean, like, it should be something else, right?
They stand a chance against the Havoc Mercenary Legion. With my eye
Okay, so I guess let's maybe go for the guns, because they seem kind of cool. So maybe that is the way to go. I'm not really sure, but I've already heard people do that, and apparently yes, it's gonna be basically the same mission, but you're gonna be heading in with also somebody else. So what do we have? Serve the flame. Consume the corpses in the target area to summon a burned one. The more corpses you consume, the larger and stronger the burned one will become. Huh. Burning blood grants a target unit 25% bonus attack speed and allows it to deal bonus damage. And wildfire summon a temporary fire circle that spins towards the target at location 80 damage per second in area. Okay. Okay, so should be developing with a new TC here.
For the Dominant! Ally under attack.
The shift click is a bit bothering me in how it actually works. Because when you let go, it's not gonna be even the last one in there still to build. Just kinda what I'm used to, but it's kinda like game by game. It's gonna be doing. How it's gonna be played out. It seems like we actually got cancelled here. That's why you're having all the extra resources. Because there was some kind of trash mob attacking us.
Our victory. Glorious. Our forces are in battle. Need more Luminites. I bring death.
Okay, yeah, I need to be a bit careful. A bit kind of faster with the dead bodies, apparently.
What shall I burn?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The Inferno. The fire beckons.
No, let's get ourselves there for all the guns that we can. Oh, but we don't have the ore. Ah, okay, so we need all of that. Already need that for it. Mm-hmm.
Blazing trail.
How much do we need? 15. No, we definitely don't have nearby enough. Okay, you go back, you go into the stone. And I need that much luminite currently from you. Let's maybe kinda keep them to home so they can be properly healing up fully first. Kinda like that you can even select the positions here and just like switching over using F keys and whatnot. I don't want to be really bothering with the hotkeys anyway, but nonetheless, that's quite a bit unhandy, so just literally gonna be using the minimap and moving around.
Collaborator under attack.
Collaborator under attack. It's nice.
Ready to kill.
Alright. How about actually a few houses?
Ally under attack. Collaborator under more Illuminates.
Okay, seems to be fine there. Can we therefore maybe clean up some creep here? If we even need to. Still don't understand what the resource camps are actually doing.
I hear the sound of your rapidly approaching allies. Ally under attack. Need more Illuminates.
And it seems like that right now it's gonna be time to switch into Illuminate a bit.
Collaborator under attack.
No idea what the resource camp does. If maybe like increases your mana, the special abilities, it helps you with that, possibly. Not really all that certain. Okay, that's pretty quick.
Blazing a trail. Seeking victory. Glorious. Call the Inferno.
Wow, you just completely destroyed me in there. So there's those ion cannons, they really do a lot.
Stay away from my shipments if you know what's good for you. Blazing.
No, nonetheless, that's gonna be definitely not entirely that much of a great news, but you're gonna be having plenty new guns immediately ready to go, luckily.
Burn the weak. Our victory.
Ah, that is so busted.
What they say about pride coming before the fall.
That is so instantly gloriously busted. No, nonetheless, yeah, this one gonna be having apparently millions of resources, so we are gonna be fine on that. So I guess maybe we can therefore try to even improve and do a few more interesting things. So what do we need? Twilight Spy, Shadow Flyer, I guess. Call to fight refreshes all infernal structures, training charges. Fellhawk Blitz. Summer Burning Effigy. Okay, and what is the Blitz? Fellhawks nearest meat farms will abandon their homes and charge towards the target location in a fury. Huh. Okay, so that's gonna be basically like a healing for some of the units. If you need to. Friendly units on Shroud gain 30% increased attack speed and... Holy damn. That looks really good.
This way comes.
What? Mila. God's present.
Gaunt present. Research increases the unit's movement speed by 50%. Yes. It's the Reaper's Rush. Guess you can do that, possibly. As far as seems like it, our allies are chilling. Oh well, we kinda are as well. Doombringer, it's a transport and train weaver. Therefore, yeah, that's the disruptive frontline caster. Can use slash and consume. Oh, that's the dude with the... Yes, okay, I remember right now what he is.
Please thirst.
I should maybe right about now already destroy him, possibly.
What shall I burn?
Maybe he could be able to flying scout and RT and Swiss.
These convoys are on a humanitarian mission.
Fine, let's have a look maybe, because we have already cleaned up most of the defenses here, so let's see if he's gonna be having some new ones.
Obey the flames. Ally under attack.
And thinking we need at this point any more workers for the time being.
Feel the power. I death. Rushed. Blazing a trail. The flame beckons. Ally under attack.
Just fry him together with the building as well. Doesn't seem like it's gonna be really anything left here. Yes, we should be practically fine with this.
Your command. God's present.
Ally under attack.
Stop my plan.
Let's get ourselves immediately just a huge new amount of guns all around. Okay, so this guy's gonna be that guy.
Collaborator under attack.
This is gonna hurt you a lot more than it hurts me.
Oh, really? Will it? This is gonna be there for a deal. No, well, could have been possibly placing it a bit better for in regards for the stone, but I don't really care about the stone too much.
Feel the power.
You think you're special? I think you're about to
Forces
die.
are in battle.
Blades ready.
Seems like that our swarm is gonna be having quite some power to it.
Ally under attack.
Let's get a few upgrades now, and light fire attacks decrease target attack and production speed, and train chimera anti-air flyer. Okay, so you probably need those.
Call the inferno. I breathe death.
Can we push through? Because I need to get into the nonsense cannons here.
It's not a convoy. Nothing to see here. Move along.
Forces are in battle.
Ready to kill.
Call the inferno.
Out of my way.
Yeah, seems like everything is gonna be at this point out of
In battle.
bit upper control. So this TC is done, almost.
Collaborator under attack.
Seems like everything is right now going pretty damn well.
Ready to kill.
Ally under attack.
You're lost.
You're about to regret all your life decisions.
Probably can be getting the effigy to heal ourselves a bit.
Collaborator under attack.
No, and how about maybe building some forward military at this point? We probably could. There'll be a few things here. It's gonna be taking imps from where exactly? From the gold? Yes. So let's replace those.
Ally under attack.
Okay, they actually go in already.
Ally under attack. For the dominant. Fire.
No, and I can imagine that you probably could therefore send everything forward as well. Let's probably recharge.
Ally under attack.
Now that's a victory.
Under attack.
So yeah, that was actually quite a bit easier than last time. Seems like the Infernos are really powerful, to be honest, it feels to me. Like, seriously so. Okay, apparently leveled pretty well, and... Oh yeah, that's gonna be overview. I was gonna slightly getting worried that maybe not. Level 2, and... okay, creep resources, yeah. Snarik Shuno was definitely going for quite a few of them, but you're destroying everything there. Even actually one on the resources mine. Really, the Infernals seem to be kinda easier maybe to play than the Vanguard, but... that's because of, I think, in the villages that you actually get there for practically free. You're just gonna need to be waiting for them a bit. It's an interesting mechanism, really requires a lot of attention span. Not to be missing the timings and not to be too slow to actually get them up. That is for sure. No, okay, but I guess at this point that's gonna be probably exactly what I was able to see here. And what I was kind of interested in, just gonna like last after maybe at this point if something is gonna be happening here with Infernals, but I very much doubt it. It's probably not gonna be working anyway, but let's see. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not entirely able to get into anything else but just the co-op missions. Not entirely getting into the matchmaking. My computer is apparently not strong enough for that. Something is crapping up somewhere. I don't know where and what it is, because it said it's moving out of video memory, so basically graphics card. It tells me that it doesn't have enough, which is weird because you can be playing the other things, but I guess maybe the maps are a bit specific otherwise. I don't know. For the multiplayer, because for the co-op it works. Maybe there's basically, if you remember in Age of Empires 2, there's basically like a benchmark that's gonna be allowing you to go into matchmaking, right? So maybe there's something similar here, and I'm not meeting that, and that's why it's not allowing me. But it's kind of weird that it's allowing me to go into co-ops. So it's weird, but nonetheless, it seems like it's gonna be there for it. I guess we tested enough, so I was gonna see in a few things here, kind of looking about the civilizations and the other parts of all of that. Maybe I kind of looking if we maybe use the special abilities properly with the Infernals, for example. I'm kind of thinking about that. Maybe we didn't. Maybe that's something that we can possibly try to do yet. That could be a thing. Maybe there is something that you can still have a look at and test it. Can be taking a short break before it launches. So let's have a look maybe on the special abilities. I don't think I actually did it that much properly. Thinking that with the Vanguard, I was looking at a bit more. Okay, so AI, Infernal's Peaceful Bot. We also didn't look at the replays. Right now actually reminds me. This is something we can be checking out. Okay, so nonetheless, let's therefore get everything properly done, and then we'll see. Rightio, so Iron Bolt, I guess, is making a bit. Oh, can Can't entirely cancel it, it's also quite a bit annoying. Oh, actually, you can if you're gonna be sending the village away. Right, we learned that. That's how we actually cancel buildings here in this game. That's what you can do. I guess let's maybe. The second TC, is it gonna be that much worth it? I guess it should be. Because you're gonna be needing plenty of resources for that. So that will be 350 that will be required.
Need more luminites.
It's kind of considering practically the automatic economy in here, and that they even bothered with sending the guys home. Basically, there's gonna be even a need. It's not like Atlanteans, basically in Age of Mythology, that you will be able to gather immediately into your stockpile. I mean, like, considering how easy, okay, like how easy the economy is made here in this game, it's a bit strange to be wanting to actually rely on that as well. But well, I guess. In this StarCraft 2 as well. And we have a lack of housings. Guess right now 4 should be more than enough. For our purposes that we currently have. So it's gonna be also a done deal. Just kinda like deciding which kind of resource it's gonna be taking the imps from. It's gonna be really putting quite a bit of an importance into the way you build your base in general. Because you're gonna be of course able to influence it by the proximity. So I guess there's gonna be a lot of kind of skill level in that. No, and further buildings, so therefore Shroud Stone. Oh, at this point, I just also want to therefore improve No, the Shroud Stone, that's not entirely helpful, and the other ones we are already building. At this point, just need to be waiting for the upgrade then. So there we are, and the building goes one.
Need more ore.
And we need more ore for that one. So what kind of upgrades do we actually have? You don't have even all that many of them in the first place here in this game. Or rather in this civilization rather. That's also gonna be one thing here. I mean, like, the difference is not entirely too large, but I guess it is still there. Units, if each, practically. There we go. Really, Therium is a whole lot harder to get by. It was something that maybe, I mean, like, it also depends on what kind of units I was making in previously. It almost feels at this point that maybe the Infernals are a bit more reliant on the stone. Let's make this dude as well.
Need more ore.
Yeah, sure. Okay, where is the stone? There is the stone to the left side. Kind of far away, but well, not much you can do. I mean, I could be building a new... You probably even could, actually. It's quite a bit close, and then just basically... By the way, oh, that reminds me, in the last civilization, the Vanguards, you were having the store pit. That's something that we don't have here, right? With the Infernals. Yeah, we don't. Interesting mechanism. Let's get all the possible upgrades that we have here.
Need more ore.
So, Sanctuary teleports this unit to a friendly shrine. Okay, let's see how it works. And, oh, you're just gonna have to be even selected. And it's taken a bit, but nonetheless, this is practically descent. Instantly slams into the ground.
Listen.
It's a bit interesting if actually it's gonna be making somewhat of a sense to really teleport it that quickly home. Huh. Not really certain about that. And it also right now a bit of an interesting graphical representation. If you're gonna be having the imps. Basically, like, the more imps you have, the less blood that's gonna be bubbling at the top. Huh. Smart little graphical representation of that. Little graphical cue. So that's all the upgrades. Seems that way. Don't have really anything else. And you can actually right about now build... Oh, didn't even notice that before. You don't have to be even selecting the buildings. You can just like legitimately straight go into making units. That's interesting. But you need to be still having the buildings selected so that you can properly waypoint them. So therefore you can control group them anyway. And shoot, probably. But otherwise, yeah, you can actually right now making it through the straight main menu. on the UI. It's interesting mechanism. Look at that. Apparently it cancelled our waypoint when we created new one, really? Strange. But nonetheless, at this point we should be having tons of resources to right now finish exactly what we all wanted. So, last upgrade getting done. And we are not missing any kind of building at this point, right? No, so just also make Magmadon and this dude. So you don't have any special ability, you are going to be having the blast bird detonate itself into a target air unit. I guess you can... Ah, we can't be doing it into friendly, okay. So you're not gonna be getting to test that too much. Gaunt increases this unit's movement speed by 50%. Oh, wow. But it's costing him 10 health. Huh. Funny stuff. Okay, he moves quickly. And is it gonna be with him like all the time? Or... Increases this unit's movement speed by 50%. And yeah, it's gonna be only temporary, just kinda like doesn't say that, but yeah, it's kinda logical. So that's good to know. You don't have anything, you are having some special abilities. He's having Trample, Rampage, and sacrifices a nearby Fellhawk or friend, or Fiend, sorry. Recovering 100% health. Okay, let's do that, we also haven't seen it. Okay, he apparently did it automatically, good. Magmadon, Hellborn, and Doombringer. Doombringer is having the Descent, of course, nothing special there. So you basically just like don't entirely have that many special abilities here. There's just that one big dude that's gonna be having... Not Trample, but what's the guy with the... Lash and Consume? Yeah, that's the guy I'm looking for. The big dude. And he's gonna be going automatically to Consume, or... No, you have to be selecting him and helping him with that as well. Or do we? Yeah, if he's gonna be nearby, he's gonna be doing it automatically. Good. Now the harpoon we already used, but maybe it's gonna be nice to be using it also in the fight. Guess maybe let's go here and can be getting all kinds of different types of units there, maybe. He's much more like the most interested in the Lash. That's what is like now keeping me interested. It's a very curious special ability and power. Okay, there's a Thunderstorm we've already seen. And also a Trample. Goes into a Rampage, pushing nearby units out of the Magmadon's path and dealing 150 damage over 6 seconds to nearby enemy. Okay, let's kind of maybe send him forward and see how it works.
Our forces are in battle.
Did I kinda like fail that somehow? I guess. Okay.
Our forces are in battle.
Oh, that's doing actually this. I was kinda expecting it's gonna be basically like moving somehow through the enemy. It's because I imagine trample, like for example with the horse charge or whatever, just going through. Apparently not. Shadowfall covers the Mirage Shroud. Okay, let's maybe do that for the fun of it. Let's demolish the pure village or the poor villages in there. Yep. No, nonetheless, I was just gonna wanted to be testing a few of the things here. And seeing about this properly. So I'm actually even interested in destruction even of the forest. I mean, like, you can evidently kind of hide in them. It doesn't seem like too much of a mechanism yet, but it seems like there is a possibility, and it's very interesting, but for like mangonas or onages rather, in AoE 2. And you can therefore destroy and create kind of some new pathways. And it's curious. No, and did we actually test properly with the Vanguards? I think we mostly did. I'm just gonna try to remember if we have tested all the special abilities in there. With the units. Trying to right about now, remember which ones actually there are even. I mean, like, can go ahead and do it anyway again.
Not enough luminite.
Control Z. Yeah, there are all kinds of hotkeys even for those special powers here. Okay, let's get as many of them as possible currently. So it's gonna be that way, and maybe let's remove that one. Could be having enough time to possibly build the second town center here.
Robot engaged. Bot activated.
It's gonna be also kinda hard to learn where to exactly place them so that you don't have to be looking for it for 2 million years. And wasting time, because every second is gonna be important here quite evidently. So what kind of special abilities are we having here? The lancers to increase their attack speed and movement speed each time they're damaged. Then it does the scouts damage against light units. Okay, that's just like straight improvement, no special. On attack, gains 25% movement speed for 2 seconds. So that's gonna be automatic, right? And then the medtech adept training, that's gonna be there for allowing, yeah, the nanoswarmer not. Yeah, we already tried that last time around. And for the special technical upgrades, you're gonna be having range of the deployed hedgehog's anti-air weapon, so that's a passive one as well. Vulcans to jump jets, okay, on hit lights. The ground of fire, dealing 15 damage per second to all units for 5 seconds, increases the movement speed of evacs. And I can say now the sentinels allows them to use the haze bot disperse aura passive. Okay, we can see about that.
Still here. Got it.
No, let's get ourselves there for a few more buildings. I guess houses we're not entirely needing too many. And let's build the barracks.
Boot up complete. Bot activate.
As you also the basically pre-requirements that you are needing to be having for the mech bay barracks. Then you're gonna be needing central command center tier 2. So we get that upgrade there.
Insufficient therium.
I'm here to assist. Boot up complete.
I haven't entirely noticed if you can be also right now recycling with the infernals. If there was also a possibility there or not.
Reporting for work.
But I guess not gonna be entirely bothering with that anymore, because that's gonna be evident on
Will comply.
possibly the broadcast if need be.
Insufficient therium.
Boot up complete. I'm here to assist.
You can be queuing up actually villages together with the upgrades. Yeah, it's also a bit of a like fairly old technology that you could be having here, right? You need to be probably therefore cancelling it all.
Ready to work.
Yeah, okay. So that's actually something that's gonna have to definitely change for the full game. That's a weird limitation that doesn't make that much of a good sense here at all.
Robot engaged.
Hunger Bay, then kinetic slab, of course. Sentry post, that's gonna be just like a classic tower, so we don't really need to bother with that too much.
Boot up complete. Bot activated. Boot up complete. Bot activated. Boot up complete.
Okay, in a moment we're gonna be able to get all the ups. There we are.
Insufficient therium.
And you're gonna be needing some kind of information here, so let's send the worker, because I want to be building right now the mining camp.
At your disposal. Boot up complete.
Insufficient
Ready to
therium.
work.
And everything is gonna be apparently cost in stone here. Practically like the same cost. Yeah. I wonder if that's something that's gonna be still balanced and touched. Against right now all the upgrades are costing 100 and 100. Just like the first one here, research gear grind. It's gonna be a bit easier. Research Vorium claws from the biokinetics lab.
I'm here to assist.
Okay, so it seems like that not everything is something that you can upgrade, or actually still researching. Maybe that's gonna be something, one of those.
Robot engaged.
Quick draw hustle.
I'm here to assist.
Doesn't seem to me too much.
Insufficient therium.
Oh yeah, actually that was probably it.
Robot engaged.
Okay.
I'm here to assist.
Alright, so that's gonna be that. Right now for the pop limit, I guess let's maybe make a few more houses. Okay, I'm just gonna used to be, when I actually let the shift off, that you're gonna be still having the last click in there. But this is really just like game from game, so
Reporting for work.
it's something really to be, I guess, complaining about too much. But 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we don't need to be getting the doggo. We have him.
Insufficient therium.
Reporting for work. Ready to work.
For pop limit for the Sentinel. Otherwise it's gonna be 3 for the others. And what is the pop limit elsewhere? Hedgehog is gonna be 3, 5 for Vulcan, 6 for Atlas actually. And for the infantry 2, 1 for Doggo, and 2 and 2. Okay, so basically like all the infantry is gonna be for only 2.
Gunner here.
Ready to work. Bot activated.
Guys, don't really need anything else here. As far as the villages, for example. So let's gonna wait for the upgrades, and of course for the rest of the units here as well.
Reporting for work.
I'm gonna be potentially showcasing or kind of testing all the other things. Quite a bit of a long actually build time for plenty of the things here. And we may be expecting it's gonna be a bit faster, which maybe could be speaking about really just the rushes with the weaker soldiers, kind of like what we try to do. Because you're just gonna be able to spam them as quick as possible, and that might be somewhat important. And from what I have noticed, there are plenty of complaints of just like people getting rushed all the time and short games, so yeah, maybe it really does have its power. And by the way, also interesting that he apparently don't have some kind of like score maybe in the game. It's somewhat not entirely that helpful. That's just something that we are used to from AoE games. But in reality, you don't really need it too much. So I guess some kind of small piece of interest maybe. Those upgrades are taking ages. A bit of a shame that you can't be getting of basically overview and also extra information when you're gonna be even having them researching. So looking at that then. What's up? But yeah, I mean like the pictures are kind of straightforward enough. You don't have that many of them in the game yet, I guess. Maybe it's gonna be changing. So it's not entirely, I guess, too hard to understand.
What are my orders?
Okay. And otherwise, of course, you're gonna be playing, as you can see, evidently on preset maps. Right, so it's gonna be like literally like StarCraft 2. Where you're gonna be there for knowing exactly where all the resources are going to be. So therefore you're gonna be able to optimize your builds, where to exactly set everything up. Quite a bit different from our Age of World. Okay, so penultimate upgrade. And it's gonna be still this, right? 60 seconds, another minute for that.
What's the plan?
Pulse inhibitor. I guess you can be probably already moving forward at this point with everything that we have. Maybe trying to see about some of the thingies. On the hand, greatly increases the scout's vision radius for 10 seconds. Whoa. Okay, that is a curious ability. Guys, of course, the upgrades increase damage against light units by 16. On hit, reduces the biological unit movement speed by 25. Yeah, well, that's gonna just like all not being on the hit, not kind of like on the use. You can see it's gonna be here for the jump jets. Launches this unit toward target location, dealing 50 damage and stunning the first enemy it impacts for 3 seconds.
Give it to me.
Yeah, basically just like a charge.
What's the plan?
Nothing from
On my
you.
way.
You don't have anything. You have the mine. We have already done that many times. It's also allowing you to get an extra vision. Deploy BFG. Greatly increases the range of the Atlas attack. I guess he's just gonna be setting himself up.
Let's get to it.
And that was what was destroying me in the previous mission, right? Thinking. Hunker down. Yes.
Yeah?
Ready for anything. It's go time.
And the heal, of course, that's classic med patch. Nanostorm we have also seen. Either heal or damage. And System Shock, remove all positive buffs from enemy units in the target area, removes all negative debuffs from friendly units. Yeah, that's gonna be also somewhat helpful. But Pulse Inhibitor launches a missile at the target area. On impact, enemy units have their movement speed reduced by 25%. Okay, we have actually already tried it as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think we did.
How can I help? Alrighty.
Just for the fun of it, you can right now do that, possibly. But it also need to be at our workers somewhere else. Onto the stone.
This should be good.
This should be good, yes.
Your directive.
It's kind of like the red here. Is it like a low amount or too much? It's maybe gonna be low amount, not sure.
Still here. Ready. Awaiting further instructions.
Now let's build that.
Yes? Placing structure.
Okay, I'm gonna be automatically targeting the stone after. Once they're gonna be finished, all of them. Yes, it seems like they will. And otherwise it's basically like unlimited the stone. So yes, this thread is gonna be probably meaning that it's only running out, I guess. Not really, just like the missing information on how much stone there is. I have to be guessing that's gonna be showing up somewhere later. I can imagine that's something they won't be adding into the game. It'll be so weird.
Ready.
And at the ground. Yes, so now that's basically classic siege tank.
Action.
Go on.
Jump jets we tried, and this one's I think we practically tried as well.
A new way. I will go.
No, defense bubble spawns a bubble on the ground that reduces damage ground units within the bubble take from ranged attacks from 50% or by 50% for 20 seconds. Okay then. Yeah, I don't think there's actually anything else for us at this point to be interesting. There are not all that many special abilities, so let's... But this, I was just gonna making sure that I have seen all the abilities that we could.
What's up?
Get some extra protection and... Well, let's murderize everything that is in our sight. Oh,
Time to save lives.
was he actually with us or not? I think that was ours, right? Yeah, that was the melee dude with us. Oh well, I lost him there.
Ready.
Trying to heal him, but guess the nanobots didn't entirely work out as quickly as I thought they could.
Give me them orders.
Got my ears on.
Where am I needed?
Making tracks.
No, nonetheless, that's gonna be there for it, I guess. For looking at Stormgate, so we saw a few things. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get destroyed by the players. We got at least the co-op done. Yeah, you don't have enough of a powerful computer to, well, 11 years nonetheless again, to play in the matchmaking apparently. So this is not gonna be a game for me. But in general, I mean, like, plenty different mechanism. It's completely different game than I'm of course used to from Age of Empires, Age of Mythology or whatnot. So it is completely different. No, plenty of things kind of seem to be still missing. Some of the mechanisms I'm having... Now, there are some interesting innovations as far as, for example, the workers and stuff, how it works. Some of them are fairly interesting ideas, but they're gonna be, on one hand, helping you. On the other, it's gonna be actually complicating things because you're gonna be having to babysit them a bit more. So, makes one question if it's gonna be really worthwhile. But yeah, just something different and trying to innovate, so can't entirely, I guess, say anything against that too much. But yeah, probably not a game entirely for me. I'm not entirely into sci-fi in general. But nonetheless, the game seems to be working fairly decently at this stage. Kind of, as I said at the start, reserved about calling this actually even better, considering the lack of features and everything. It's basically pre-alpha, therefore. So if they're really thinking this is better and they're close to release or whatnot, no, I don't know. It looks they're gonna be rather actually a bit further away. But otherwise, the fact that I can even play the games here on my old computer is actually fairly nice for the optimization, and the multiplayer should be free to play, so maybe there's some kind of chance of it. Of course, the options and hotkeys and everything is missing tons of things in there, so they have lot of work ahead of them. Thinking like maybe a year at minimum to make it proper. Unless they have plenty of already things already in testing, and they just didn't like want to be showing it up or risking that something is not gonna be working as intended. They are close to finish on some things, but really kind of feels like maybe like a year probably. Who knows? They're gonna be wanting to come out with that. But nonetheless, it was somewhat decent-ish fun as a real-time strategy. So it's definitely kind of like StarCraft-Warcraft-like, so it's fast-paced. It's not going to be for old people, like me, I guess, too much, but it's just about getting used to. So basically completely new everything for me, so I'm just like not entirely able to automate too many things as I would in AoE and kind of like understand it at first sight. So that's obviously always going to be the hurdle at the start, but you can get through that fairly easily, of course, if you put in the effort. So well, let's see if it's going to be having enough of a pull, and therefore going to be the next great RTS that it's somewhat touted to be. Oh well, that was the tournament over the weekend by Elite Gaming Channel that certainly was wrought with complications because of some new bracket system they used, so that didn't help. But in general, the viewership wasn't too great. I mean, like, yes, there was Katowice StarCraft tournament, but in the end, considering the hype on this game, I mean, expecting that wouldn't be really stopping people from looking at it anyway. So I don't know, kind of felt a bit weaker on that. It was like, what, about 3,000 viewers on both days. But next week, it's gonna be without Katowice, and the main event, this was only qualification. So I guess everybody's gonna be expecting, who knows, 10k plus. Wouldn't be that optimistic, but it's possible, I guess. If really people are, if it's gonna be really promoted everywhere, I guess there's gonna be a chance for it. But I guess that's something we're gonna see. But nonetheless, those numbers were something they have to go, as to hope it's gonna be changing. Because if not, then no, you won't be entirely having therefore as much of a great response from the players as they maybe thought. I guess would it be bad for RTS? Kinda depends really. There's a lot of room for different RTSs, like different styles. This is like the StarCraft-like, then you have the Age of Games-like, which is completely different, a lot more friendly to casuals. This is kind of like a lot of Dota in there, League of Legends. As I mentioned, the Warcraft, you can feel and see the things there. StarCraft, of course, so it's evident. It's former Blizzard developers, so yeah, not entirely hiding what kind of inspirations they have and what they are trying to do with the game. So yeah, it's just like probably not something that I would be like into grind and play too much. muscle, but it's only personal opinion. But otherwise, I can definitely see a game in there. But if you are enjoying StarCraft, you probably could be wanting to give this a go, if it's gonna be something up your alley. For example, the Infernals are having plenty of interesting mechanisms, so there's a lot to learn and maybe to find out if you can be getting good at it. The Vanguard seem to be fairly standardized. It's a standard civ, easy to get to, I guess easy to understand, and just kind of like see what's going on in the first place. There's of course also gonna be the further ages practically, the upgrades on the TC, and this is only like a piece of it. And another civilization, right? There should be the third one if I'm not mistaken. So plenty more content to be had in the game. Now the co-op is somewhat curious, but nothing entirely too groundbreaking, frankly, as it's touted to be honest. It's a fairly standard thing, and something that you expect having some practically games against bots. It's practically custom scenarios, right? That you have in any age of game. In StarCraft as well, I think you are having some custom scenarios there. So not sure why they're making such a big thing out of it. I guess maybe just trying to make sure that it's not gonna be only considered as competitive StarCraft, and therefore they're gonna be reining in the casuals, which is a good approach, because again, StarCraft kinda died on the fact that it's way too esport minded kind of. It's way too extreme, and therefore for casuals it's hard to get to. As opposed to Age of games where you chill, make a base, have some fun. That's what they like. That's what they like very much. And well, this game is not gonna be providing that either too seriously, I guess. Unless there are plenty more buildings and whatnot that we haven't seen here in the beta. But it doesn't seem to me. So yeah, I'm glad that I got to test it. Happy for that. So I'm gonna be at least knowing when there's gonna be some talk about what they are maybe mentioning and having a chat about, so I'm not gonna be completely clueless. Some of the mechanisms really I kinda like, some attempts at innovations with the veils and other things. So I definitely see some kind of good thought beyond that. But otherwise I kinda slightly agree from what I have also heard and read from some other players, both Age of or StarCraft or whatnot, who have experience from multiple games like these, that just like it's not a completely oomph that it would be like keeping me in the seat and just like getting me 5 feet under, deep down into it. That's definitely not, but again, I guess it's gonna be for me really influenced by the fact I'm way more into like history and fantasy. I'm really enjoying sci-fi as well. I'm into Star Trek and Stargate and whatnot, Star Wars, whatnot. I don't have a problem with it, not at all. I like it. But well, here in the strategy genre, I just like never even was into StarCraft. So it's just like not entirely my cup of tea. But I can definitely understand if it is for other people. So this is of course highly subjective, as it usually is. But nonetheless, otherwise the game worked pretty decently. I didn't get to test it against players, unfortunately. I just like, so didn't get to give the points. I kinda gave them apparently, but because of the crashes, because it didn't let me in. So I didn't taste how much obliterated I will be getting by other people. But in the co-ops I could see that definitely there are some players already a bit more familiar with that. The kinda like overall, the way how it's controlled is quite a bit clunky, frankly. I didn't try to comfort too much, but even just like plenty of what is missing. Go into location, go into TC and stuff that's absolutely not there. That's something that bothered me a lot. So quality of life definitely will be needing to come. I'm thinking it will, just like they don't have it ready. It's a kind of late priority after everything else is done and running. So I can understand that. But yeah, I've already heard some complaints about that. It's making it hard for players to play it in the beta, so maybe they don't want to be putting it too far behind, not to be alienating players that might be interested in it otherwise. But well, I guess that's really up to them. No, interesting experience therefore with this game. Happy to have tried that, and I guess that's gonna be there for it for tonight's stream. Maybe there's gonna be still more coming up. It should have ended a few moments ago, I guess, or like 2 hours ago. I'm not really certain if there is still something going on. Let me maybe have a look. Therefore, for some possible recommendations. So thanks for who stopped by, Arslink, Otter. Maybe he was around as well for a bit to see me struggle. Sorry that I didn't show you my complete failure in multiplayer, which would have been absolutely coming. Because again, I don't play too much, so I would be slow as hell. No hotkeys and whatnot, using properly. But is there somebody known? Is maybe still playing? I mean, like, there are still plenty of people. Is this gonna be... I mean, like, it's running longer than it should have. Should have really already ended, but I guess maybe they are prolonging it. On the Steam Next Fest, which is quite a nice event overall. I, for example, enjoy some demos here and there, like the Manor Lords a few years ago that should be coming later this year. In actually a few months, into early access. It's a great game, by the way, Manor Lords. So if you are into city building, yes, plus. It's gonna be having also some fights in there. But yeah, but nonetheless, is there somebody I recognize here? Seems like that some people are still grinding the ladder. So feel free to enjoy. Click into Stormgate below the stream. I'm gonna be having some good fun with that. Hopefully there's potentially even a check stream going on by Duranos. Pushing Infernals, I guess. There's even Adiko. For example, having some games. So yeah, I guess feel free to choose. Don't entirely have anybody that I would be really knowing and wanting to suggest at this point. But there are still more streams for you to enjoy if you're into Stormgate. And I guess that might be there for about possibly it. So happy that I was able to test it. That I was even able to play it in the first place. Considering my, again, just have to repeat, old computer, i5 3570 with 3.4 GHz quad core and 8 GB RAM. And graphics card is Radeon HD 7900, 3 GB, so it's ancient. Even the game is screaming at me that I'm having old drivers, but I can't be getting any new ones for that. But it still runs, so I guess it's fine. Besides, not able to get into matchmaking. So I guess that's gonna be some kind of really threshold that's not gonna be allowing me through. That they probably have as a catch-all so that it's not gonna be ruining the experience. I don't know. But if it's properly server-based, that shouldn't be really a problem too much. Because, I mean, like, that should be a problem only on your part then. So it's a bit weird. But we have already seen that some of the maps, or some of the map in the customs wouldn't let us load either. So maybe it's just like they have specific maps for the matchmaking that I just basically cannot load with my graphics card for some reason. Not sure. Could be. I guess that could be it. Nope, so that's probably therefore gonna be it at this point. And well, if maybe you are still wanting to enjoy it or try it, I guess maybe you can try if it's gonna be allowing you still in. I guess it's still running, therefore. I was able still to launch it again. So feel free to try. Or, I'm betting there's gonna be further, of course, further maybe real betas with more content. It's gonna be definitely coming. And in the end, they said they want to be having free to play for the multiplayer. So you should be able to test it even when it's gonna be fully launched. When it's gonna be fully launched here. Stormgate by Frost Giant. So we'll see how well it's gonna be going. What's the other game that is currently similar? I don't remember, like Space something? There's like some other strategy that is even having more streamlined economy, and that is also kind of like StarCraft-Like. That was having a few months ago, some kind of testing, like a month or two ago. So I wasn't entirely hearing too many like great reception on that. I guess Stormgate is gonna be probably better. That one was like way too simplified. But yeah, seems like at least some things are going on in the real-time strategy genre, which I guess is gonna be only good. Okay, so that's gonna be there for it from me. So we had a look at this, and I guess you're gonna be there for seeing each other on some other stream on Wednesday, definitely Age of Mythology. Not sure about the starting time, because we are having some schedulings going on in there for Power of the Gods tournament, it looks me. Maybe there's gonna be some Wednesday early, like 16 GMT possibly. Maybe tomorrow there's gonna be something. There are some unconfirmed schedulings as well from Power of the Gods. And tomorrow also at 16 GMT there's gonna be Divine Intervention between Skadi and Shelty. We'll see if they're gonna be needing some help with casting, so maybe tomorrow that's gonna be AOM. Unless somebody else is gonna be wanting to pick it up. No idea. Over the week, some further games are gonna be coming forward from all the tourneys. Not sure about Thursday, of course, unless there's gonna be something like, again, here AOM. We might be doing some recorded games of Age of Empires 2 after some time. There is Clash of the Titans, some matches that we could do, and the next one from that is gonna be on Wednesday, but I'm not gonna be doing it because I have Age of Mythology. It's early in the day, 14 GMT, Winchester versus Sito. So that's gonna be definitely some POVs, maybe some casting, and well, in case you had free Thursday, you could possibly do recorded games of something along those lines. Maybe so. But yeah, for now, that's gonna be, I guess, it. Feel free to therefore have a look on some other Stormgate streams that are still running on and playing and grinding as the game still seems to be working. And well, in the end, if maybe this inspired you to possibly test it, you can try your hand at it, maybe for a few hours still, as long as it's gonna be running. So thank you very much for watching. I've been Blackadder at Blackadder's Place. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you for stopping by, Arslink, Otter, and maybe who was lurking around here for a bit. And see you later then. And of course, thanks to the devs that you're and Steam, Next Fest, that you're able to test the game before it's gonna be actually launched, so that we have some kind of idea what it's gonna be about before maybe somebody's gonna be purchasing it. It's always kind of great not to be going blind into it. It's always very much recommended. What used to be quite a lot more of a common thing in the olden times, having demos, today is not as common. You're gonna be at least having few opportunities on some betas, so usually kind of good idea not to be missing that, to be having a better clue what you are even talking about if you're gonna be discussing with your friends, for example, or having some opinions on things. Okay then, see you later. And there is also one thing that I actually forgot that you wanted to be doing as well, and that is that we are going to be actually having also right about now the replays, and that's kind of have a look at the system at this point maybe for a bit. So you're gonna be there for having an opportunity to maybe check out some game. I don't entirely remember which one was somewhat interesting, so I guess let's maybe launch it. And therefore see which one it's going to be. I know it's going to be working in the first place. Hopefully it will be loading for us too. Or maybe not. Okay. The stand logs contain some personal information of my system. Okay, I guess. Momentarily certain we shouldn't be probably playing it anymore, but I guess in 64 shipping, kernel anti-DLL, crash broken diagnostics files. I guess let's send it. Yeah, let's help them out. Okay, so that wasn't apparently a good game. I kind of wonder if maybe there are the games also from basically like some kind of start from the games that I was trying to play on Rated and that they were crashing. One, two. Okay, this is gonna be maybe the first. Okay, this is gonna be first with the Infernals. Probably the one where I was testing, if I'm not mistaken. So it seems like at least you're gonna be able to get somewhere here and load a few things. Okay, so there we go. So you're gonna be right about now loading straight somewhere into the very midst of the map. That's apparently where we start. Alright. Classic on the minimap. Okay, so do we have actually something a bit more here on the UI? Or is it like literally nothing? You can see you do have hide replay. Okay, so that's this. Then we do have show replay duration. That's kinda nice. Yeah, that's something that we in Age of Empires 4 get to be hiding regularly, so that's quite a nice little feature. And we can actually right now select a specific point where it's gonna be, it seems like, speeding up to. They're gonna be apparently stopping it. And we can actually... Oh, we can actually jump back here. Okay, that's very nice. I think it's possible also in StarCraft, but definitely not in Age of Games. You are not entirely allowed to be moving back in there in time, which is of course making for quite some annoyances, but nonetheless it's how it's always been. So this is kinda neat. Especially if you're gonna be already through that. Seems like it's gonna be basically instantaneous, but then basically moving forward could be a bit more time interesting. Skip backward. Okay, it's basically gonna be making a 10 seconds... Yeah, 10 second jumps basically. Let's pause, and decrease playback speed. You can be right about now going to 0.25 to potentially admire, I guess, some kind of great place. And the biggest is 16 speed. That's looking kind of funny a bit. But it seems like that otherwise you can't be really changing anything right here. You're just gonna be seeing both POVs. You can't be basically turning on the fog of war or whatever. Can't be really doing anything about that. But they are still continuing with high speed, so... Have I broken it? Yeah, because right about now nothing is happening here. Okay, so if you go quick... Yeah, then basically just doesn't go back. You have to be apparently just like... pausing the game? No, even the... That's very weird. It seems to be having some kind of like... I don't know... continuation. It's gonna be stopping at this point somewhere. The speed up. Are they really going to be having some... No, it does actually slow down. So it seems like there's some kind of like period of time during which it has to be working with the faster speed. Is it the same with the lower one? No, that seems to be okay. So apparently just some kind of weird artifact with going for the faster speed, I guess. Strange. But otherwise it doesn't seem like you can really see anything here at all. Yes, it seems like that right about now the user or interface for the observing or for the record gaming is quite a bit barren. Obviously, I don't know if it's gonna be working for different versions of the game. How version is gonna be actually in the game. This is by the way the one where I was playing against the better AI already. It's gonna be some kind of fight here, I guess. Okay, can't be clicking on it. You just basically have absolutely no UI here. If you're gonna be clicking that, options, report back, return to game. Okay. And there wasn't anything regarding observing, right? If I'm not mistaken. Maybe in the gameplay, interface, minimum position, console scale. No. There's nothing here. Okay, that's... is that dragon actually working, or... Edge scroll, okay, probably need to be turning that off. Okay, so what is the... Oh, that was a... Okay, of course the zoom. But nonetheless, there was like a middle mouse button. It's gonna be allow us to move forward, so I guess you would have to be making it into different key, or... different part for me here. Find elevation, show requirements, control groups normal, okay. But nonetheless, what was it? Up, down, left, right, drag, scroll. Probably can't be right now putting onto like right mouse button, right? Yeah, doesn't seem so. So if you're gonna be putting it into, I don't know, backslash for example. Wow. It's actually pretty quick. No, bit weird. I was expecting it's gonna be more like in the Settlers, but they apparently don't have such a logic added into it yet. I think it's gonna be on low. No, I guess it's simply not gonna be as quick. No, it's still actually fairly smart, fairly quick though. Invert. So if I go mouse out, up, it's gonna be going down. Logic dictates that invert should be that way. If I'm gonna be going up, it goes up. Yeah, okay, it's invert. I was just gonna test if maybe it's not completely not working or whatnot. But not that, and I guess so you cannot try to move the keyboards. Yeah, okay, just like classic keys, you can be also moving with the screen a bit more kind of like a normalized fashion, I guess. But nonetheless, you can see right now absolutely no interface here otherwise. Not entirely certain how they were streaming and casting the tournament over the weekend, but it really feels like we can't be really touching those too much. But otherwise, I mean, like for the hit points, you obviously, I mean, like what I was maybe liking to select is the unit, because you would be even seeing potentially the upgrades that maybe the units have. Right now, you probably shouldn't be able to tell, right? I guess so. By the way, the access is still somehow working. So I'm really wondering how it is. Maybe just like at this point since we've started it, we're gonna be allowed to play in the closed beta possibly, or whatever. Because we have seen there was a closed beta, right? That wasn't the Steam Nexus anymore. And you launched the game, so I wonder how that's gonna be working out. Maybe they forgot to switch something over. But at least it's allowing me at this point to have a look also on the replay system that we have. But nonetheless, what I also didn't mention is that it seems like every game is gonna be going for record, as opposed to, for example, AoE 4 is having like one record file that gets getting overridden, and you don't have actual recorded games. So this is great that this game is gonna be having that. You can therefore use it for learning, of course, and build others and whatnot, and teaching. Just gonna simply getting to know the game a bit better and improve your performance in general. That's obviously key. But in general, it's gonna be interesting also how really, just like with the version and how it's going to be. If you're gonna be having new patch and recorded games are gonna be useless, or yeah, that's also a pretty big question how that's gonna be possibly working out. That is something that we don't entirely know. Or maybe somebody knows, but from here it's obviously not entirely all that evident. So what do we have here still? All the way here to the south. Yeah, so we also have to be dealing with. The zoom I haven't really shown. I guess maybe at this point can be at least using it for a bit. Maybe just returning at this point through ultra for a moment. No, there is some kind of difference, but it's nothing entirely too major, it feels to me. No, and it seems like basically you're gonna be finishing, there's not gonna be a kind of end screen. So how exactly is it going to be ending? Okay, so Blackadder has left the game. Oh, so it's basically recording until you are still in the game. So right now we have left, and I guess we should be there for soon. Getting somewhat kicked out? Oh, I just gonna imagine it has to happen, right? Oh, are you just gonna exit in? I guess you're probably just gonna be kind of running into end, and therefore exiting, it's not gonna be exiting for you. No, yeah, because it can't be anything else at this point. Yeah, because of the graphics, the FPS going into kind of a bit of a hell at this point, but nonetheless, That is my computer. By the way, that's gonna be... No, you can't be moving through those. You just need to be moving through those... Need to be moving right about not through... actually the arrows for some reason. But nonetheless, let's maybe kind of test also the brightness. Yeah, it seems to be at least working. Also something that we didn't test. But the graphics are not entirely that different really on the low and ultra. Like really. The references are not entirely that huge. And this is actually looking maybe a bit nicer, you can say it now with the brightness down. Ah, well, that burns the eyes. And let's go back to Classic 100, what they want us to actually see. And experience. No, but nonetheless, this was therefore what I wanted to be testing here. Waiting for... Oh, you're gonna be actually getting when you exit, you're getting the results. Unless that's not gonna be a display showing anymore. And that was this game, so the game after therefore would have been the co-op. Guess maybe we can have a look at that as well with the other players. If there's gonna be some kind of difference in the interface, but yeah, I'm thinking we're not gonna be at this point getting anything. You can see the closed beta. Still do have somehow access. You didn't revoke it, but nonetheless, yeah, well. So, ghost testing, this is not gonna apply to me, this is still from the Steam Next Fest, and I'm doubting they're gonna be bothered by the fact that we are doing what was available as well. So I'm gonna be adding it to my video, but yeah, well, not like I'm having any kind of big channel or anything. So this was the one, I guess this was probably the one. Interesting that it's showing the other players and not me. Yeah, I don't think gonna be really see anything too specific here. Just kinda classic. Everybody's gonna be on. The same that we have seen before. Yeah, there's nothing really too much new here. Seems like the user interface is gonna be the same as it was. Nothing too specific. Yeah, we have seen all that we need to see. Okay, so this is basically right about now therefore the replay system that I didn't manage to record on the normal game, but nonetheless, that's pretty much it. Okay then. So yeah, this is gonna be therefore practically it for what we wanted to show, what I wanted to show you at this point from that. Just kind of forgot this one thing. And this is gonna be therefore closing it all. No, and therefore, with the replay system also therefore covered, and some few other graphical options, or, well, also for example, dragging of the screen and whatnot, so a few other things, then this is gonna be, I guess, maybe all that we could have seen here, besides the matchmaking, which, well, can't be showing here. Haven't really tested if maybe I could be joining maybe off stream, but nonetheless, you have seen the games in the co-op, and of course you could have seen plenty of other streams and games in other places. So therefore, that's gonna be it at this point, and hope you enjoyed at least some kind of look on all the details here. So, see you later.